think. God, it's a bit of a widescreen shot, that, isn't it? So we're here at Scrabster. Do you want to Android Auto? No. I don't want to allow access to my phone because I don't want anyone ringing. Right, I think we're good to go. So if you're watching this later, I've got 169 miles on the gasometer. Actually, let me show you with my amazing stream abilities. Got 169 on the gasometer, 95%. Just to remind you as well, I've said earlier it's 114,000 miles. It's just clicked over 115,008 miles on this 50 kilowatt hour Zoe. I'm going to stop at Skiech services and sat nav is saying I'll get there at 6 minutes past 10, which is 93 miles away. But you've got 169. Yeah, I don't want to stop. I don't want to drive all the way. I need, hello Jude Brown, I need to stop because it's going to take me 2 hours to get to my first stop at Skiech services. Always sounds like you're clearing your throat when you say Skiech services. Hi Wendy, hi Jude, thanks for watching folks. 8 people watching this drivel. Right, let's get going. So I'm at Scrabster, and if you have a look on the old Google map, you'll see where Scrabster is, just along from John O'Groats. And these cars here are waiting to get on the returning ferry back to Orkney. So let's get going in the old drive, and off we go. And for those that need to ask, I have the heating on at 22 degrees. It's not particularly cold today, to be honest.
Please turn next left.
And I'm following, although I know the route like the back of my hand.
Follow the road for 1 mile.
I'm going to leave the sat nav on just to give you an update on how many miles to go before I get to Skiech services. Now I might lose the signal towards the bottom of the first stretch of the A9. There is no 4G, so it will drop out, but I will restart it when I know there's 4G signal again. So if you've got any questions, put them in the chat because I can answer them safely. I'm not touching my phone. It's no different for me looking down at my dashboard. So I hope you enjoy this absolutely riveting live stream. A bit like Bjorn on YouTube, who does long real world test drives in EVs in Norway. You see the comments are coming up and then disappearing. I shall have a quick look when I stop at the junction. Where are you going today? Oh, I can see that. I'm going south to my mum's in Leicestershire, but today I'm going to drive to Perth, Broxton Park and Ride, where there's some chargers, and walk 100 metres around the corner.
Prepare to turn left soon and continue to follow the A9
to my travel lodge, which is 222 miles from here. Now in my e-Niro,
turn left after 300 yards and continue to follow the A9.
In my e-Niro, I can drive 222 miles without stopping. In this Zoe, I've got a range of 166. But to be honest, even in the Niro, after 2 hours driving, I need to stop for my bladder. And I have had 2 coffees this morning on the boat, so I'll be lucky if I make it for 2 hours. Thanks Jude, can't stay for long, I don't blame you. So yeah, so I'm heading to Perth. I'm going to stay in the travel lodge tonight, and then tomorrow morning got a long drive. It's basically best part of nearly 400 miles from Perth, Scotland, not Perth, Australia. A good 400 miles down to Leicestershire, and we'll stay with my daughter tonight, Harriet, who lives on the outskirts of Leicestershire, and then Wednesday I'm driving down to my mum's, who's moving home at the weekend. So I'm going down to help her and the rest of the family.
Prepare to turn left soon and continue to follow the A9.
To help her move. 2 cups of coffee, I know. I know, Wendy, 2 cups of coffee. I'm pushing the envelope.
Turn left after 300 yards and continue to follow the A9.
The boat was really rough this morning. I think it's because we had high winds yesterday, and it takes a good 24 hours for the sea to calm down. But boy, was it rough coming out of Stromness this morning. There was a couple opposite me, and she had to lie down. She felt really bad, and then her husband, who was in a wheelchair, nice chap, said I'm going to be sick, so I had to run and grab him some sick bags.
Please turn next left.
And then I moved to a different part of the boat, because if I hear somebody being ill or smell that substance, then it sets me off. So I moved. But I'm
Prepare
okay.
to turn right soon and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
I always find it's good not to have a big heavy meal before you get on a boat, particularly if it's going to be rough. This is the beautiful town of Thurso. It's very grey in Thurso. Thurso! Tim's Travels! Tim's back. Check out Tim's Travels on YouTube, folks. A good friend of mine. And he does lots of great adventures on trains, planes and automobiles. Tim's Travels on YouTube. Check him out. Yeah, going through Thurso, Tim. Heading south. Anyone got any questions? Ping them up in the chat and I'll read them. Morning, mate. Safe travels. Thanks, Tim. Of the park and ride overnight accommodation, please. Brief review. Yes, Michael, I'll do that. Why did you leave your E-Nero behind? I fancy a bit of a challenge. And this Zoe, I'm 90% sure my mum would like to purchase this Zoe, because she's now carless. Her hybrid got written off after a very minor bump when she wasn't even in it. So I'm going down to help my mum move in the Zoe, and if she likes the Zoe, I'm going to fly back. So that's the reason I'm in the Zoe and not in the E-Nero. Oh, Laura's pulling over for me. These Scottish lorry drivers are great. Give them a honk. I'll give them a flash as well. There we go. Very nice natured drivers up in Scotland. A bit grey today. In about 2 miles we turn off this bit of road and pick up the A9, and we go past a massive wind farm, which personally I think looks beautiful. So stay tuned for some wind farm action. Oh dear, I bet you're all enjoying your Wheatie bangs, aren't you? I haven't seen that for years. What, wind farms? Where's my camera? Oh right, there was a bus company called Tim's Travels. Jude Brown, wow. Morning, Martin. There's 30 of you watching. I'm humbled. No lorry pulling over. Oh, there was this morning. Is my phone steady, or have I got to shove something underneath it? Is it bouncing around? Give me a yes or a no. It's steady enough. Okay, thank you. Michael, yeah, makes me feel like holidays fully recovered. Yeah, when you see the wind farm, you know that you're coming up. Thanks, Jude. So a lot of people think that doing long drives in EVs you've got to drive slowly. I'm going 3 miles over the speed limit. I'm doing 63. Should be 60 on this road. I've already done 18 miles. I zeroed the trip when I left my home. It's 12 miles to Stromness. And obviously I've been driving since I got off the boat. It's 8:20 and I'm going to get to Skiach services at 10:05, where I'll plug into a rapid just for 10-15 minutes. Well, actually I might have some breakfast and I'll have more than enough to get from Skiach down to Broxton Park and Ride. So nice leisurely drive. Now if I was in the era I wouldn't have to stop, but I'm not. I'm in a £5,000 Renault Zoe. Never agreed with a lack of Polestar 2. Well, never quite saw that. The Zoe as well, I'm able to click through the menus and see average miles per kilowatt hour. I'll tell you in a minute. I'm averaging 3.3. I've got the heater on. I'm trundling along at 60 miles an hour. That average will improve a little. That all depends on the headwind, of course, and it's pretty windy today. Was on the boat. So we're going to turn right in a minute and you'll start to see the wind turbines. On the wrong side of the road. Okay.
Prepare to turn right soon and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
One thing I do like about the inbuilt sat-nav, I believe it's Google based in the Renault, and yeah, she sounds like the Google voice.
Turn right after 400 yards and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
And it's nice and clear. I do like Google sat-nav, Google based maps.
Please turn next right.
A9, here we come.
Follow the road for 17 miles.
And then we turn right at the end of this road. So this is quite a nice stretch of road. It's got nice and sweeping. There's nice views, but not right now, but there will be in a bit. And towards the end of this road, I will lose 4G connectivity. So if I do, stay tuned. I will restart it when I get 4G back. So, it is me. There's a lot of steering wheel in that shot, isn't there? This is a heated seat warmer that you plug in via the 12-volt cigarette lighter socket, and this was for Mrs. P. So I've left it in the car because this Zoe doesn't have heated seats. I suppose I really ought to put it on the passenger seat, on the driver's seat, shouldn't I? Probably do it when I stop at Skiach. I might switch it over. And then should I want a bit of warmth, and should I want to turn the heater off, I've got that as a backup. He's going to stare at me. There we go. from the north of Scotland. For those joining, I've just left Orkney this morning, got up at just before 5 AM to get down to a place called Stromness for the 6:30 boat. I got down there at 5 to 6 and it actually sails at 10 past 6. It's always good to get on the Northlink boat early. You don't get here any earlier, they just they just sail slower, they save fuel, and you still get in at 8 o'clock. But if everyone's on board, they'll cast off from Stromness for Scrabster. So the other reason I want to stay overnight in Perth is I've been up since 10 to 5 my alarm went off this morning. So by the time I get to the Travelodge at Perth, it's going to be about 3 in the afternoon. So I can have something to eat, chill out. I've got no rush to get south. Just enjoy the view, enjoy the drive, enjoy the scenery. We do too much rushing around in this life, don't we? 150 miles left, 86%, 82 miles to go. So what's 82 off 149? 70? Yeah. So I'll have 70 miles left when it gets to services. And I just top up while I have some breakfast at 10 AM. Because I wasn't going to eat on the boat this morning. Morning all, morning Peter. My wife bought me at 4:15. At work you were at 4:15. Bought your tea at 4:15. Wow. I didn't take Mrs. P a cup of tea this morning. I popped the saddle away before I went, but yeah. Here's these lovely turbines, folks. Left and right of the video stream. It's a massive wind farm. And a lot of people moan about these turbines. You think they're a blot on the landscape, but I personally think they look really nice. I think they look quite elegant, almost works of art. And they're moving as well, so yeah. I think they look a lot better than electric pylons. Always forgiven for tea. You can't be cross if you're presented with a cup of tea, can you? I can't remember what this wind farm is called. I'm sure it's got a name. And to the left is a massive substation, which I believe is for this wind farm to distribute it down these pylons that we see in front of us. Yeah, just on the left is like a massive substation. I wonder if there's a name there. Oh, Mybista wind farm then, because this is the area of Mybista. I dare say Tim's Travels will correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Anyway, there's the turbines, folks. Don't they look amazing? And I think they're all turning. No, there's one over there that's not turning. Two. So I think if there's not enough demand on the grid up here, they'll actually turn some turbines off. Or they might be turned off for repair or servicing. I think they look gorgeous. Gorgeous is perhaps the wrong word. I think they look elegantly beautiful. Thank you. Sun's trying to come up through them clouds. My first charging stop, Gareth, is a place called Skiach. And you have to pronounce it as if you're clearing the back of your throat. Skiach Services, which is 78 miles away, and I shall get there at just gone 10 o'clock. 78 miles away, but I've got 147 miles range left. Why are you stopping so soon? Because I'll need the toilet and because I want some breakfast. My days of wanting to drive for 5 or 6 hours without stopping have long gone. So a 2-hour drive and then stop, have a break. And I'd do this if I was in an ICE car or a hybrid or a Tesla or an EV with a 100 kilowatt hour battery. I want to stop after 2 hours. Anyway, that's where I'm going to stop. Skiach Services. Skiach Services. If you Google Skiach Services, SKIACH, Services, then you'll see where it is. It's on the A9. This road is really nice to drive as well. Shock horror, traffic lights, roadworks. On the Zoe, I'm in D for drive. I can slip it into B for extra regen braking. It's a bit soft, to be honest, but not touch the brakes. Oh, there we go. So the other thing to do with driving an EV, every time you touch the brakes, just view it as wasting energy. Use the regen facility on most EVs to harvest that energy and pop it back in the battery. Are they clearing the verge? Yeah. So this is not long been resurfaced. This, oh, they are digging it up. Okay. It's not long been resurfaced, a bit of road. It's beautifully smooth. Smoother than Orkney roads, I tell you. Yeah. This is one of those roads that's very fast and sweeping, and you can see a long way ahead on certain parts. It's just a real driver's bit of road. And when I'm coming the other way back home, I always feel like I'm nearly home when I hit this bit of road. So since I moved to Orkney in, when did I move there? 2013, 2014. So about 11 years we've been on Orkney. I've driven this route from Leicestershire to Orkney over 60 times. Either from Leicester to Orkney or from Orkney back down to Leicester to either pick up or deliver electric vehicles. And I've done that for over 11 years. So the infrastructure has been there for over 11 years. It's just now getting easier. Breakfast at time and place. Yeah, I could stop there at breakfast. I want to drive a bit longer. Plus the fact that rapids at Helmsdale, they're away from my line of sight, and I don't want to sit on the charger if it's finished. So I like Skiach Services because it's literally 10 metres from the cafe to where the charger is. And I don't want to drive for an hour and then stop. I want to get a good 2 hours under my belt and then stop. I feel like I've actually got somewhere then. Me of the roads in the Peak District minus all the potholes. I tell you what, the roads up here of the last few years, they have resurfaced them and they are a lot better than they used to be, although Wick is known for having a lot of potholes. Wick is just a bit further along from Thurso. But this stretch of road is silky smooth. It's very nice. Now at about this point, we will lose 4G. So in the next 5 or 10 minutes, if it drops out, I will come back. Okay. Gareth, I'd love to read your comment, but I'm keeping my eyes on the road. But thanks for commenting. Thanks all 16 of you for hanging on. And 10
Prepare
of you.
to turn right soon and follow the A9 towards Inverness.
Alright. Well, I think I'm still connected, which is a bit unusual. He's not soon, it's about another couple of 3 miles. There you go. Oh, 5.9 miles. Why is she telling me I've got to turn right soon? It's still the 5 miles to go. We have you, JP. Oh, thanks, mate. Oh, Wendy, sorry. Right, I'm doing 61 miles an hour, and guess who I've got up my jacksie? A BMW driver. But you know, hey ho. I'm not bitter. 320 diesel. Yeah. See, I think a lot of BMW drivers, they see an EV in front of them, they have to overtake. He's not going much faster than it was. Oh, thanks, Wendy. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right to call a lady a mate. It's a bloke thing, but thank you anyway. Mr. BMW driver had to overtake me. What's all that about? Anyway, we're doing a steady 62 miles an hour, but when you take the 10% correction out of speedos, I'm doing under 60. This is a comfortable speed for me. And he's braking, you see, he's braking for that bend. And what do brakes do? They make brake discs hot. He is wasting energy by jumping on his brakes. Yeah, BMW indicators, yeah. I've not seen him indicate yet. I'll pull up behind him at the next junction, I'm sure I will, to turn right. We'll see if he puts his indicators on then, Wendy. Do you want to see the sun appearing to my left? Whether you can see on the screen, there's that bit of road stretching out in front of you. Oh, just, I love Scotland. It's just gorgeous. Yeah, Bjorn. It's true. I've watched the Bjorn's live streams as well. He has loads of cameras and phones set up and monitoring his battery state of health. So I've got 2 miles to go. Well, I've got a feeling that might drop out any second. If it does, breaking up a little, there we go. I was right, Windy. It's going to start breaking up. And then when I get it back, I'll pull over and restart it. Breaking up now. I thought I would. Breaking up. It's this bit to this next junction is patchy when it comes to the whole 4G. Always has been. The rest of it's not too bad actually, it's just this bit. I remember that from when I was live streaming my E-Nero trip. Watch out for the sun! Oh! Straight in the eyes. But Well, it's still showing on the live streaming, so whether it'll just catch up, I don't know. And we've got another wind farm out at sea, straight in front. And if you, on a clear day, they're really, really tiny in the distance. Last comment was full of spelling mistakes, sorry. Shame we might lose this now. Yeah, it's cracking up. It just says I'm live again. Are you still with me? Are we back? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yeah, thanks Jude. Oh, I've got wavy hands. Thank you Wendy. Thank you Martin. We're back. That's really good. Last time it was out for about 10 minutes. But maybe they stuck a new mast up somewhere. Right. I'm going to do a right now. Still on the A9.
Prepare to turn right soon and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
Again, the art to driving an EV, in fact any car, is come off the throttle. I've got no one behind. There's no need to...
Turn right after 400 yards and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
You never have to jump on the brakes up to give way. Just let it naturally slow. And in an EV, swing into B.
Please turn next right.
And I just halving a load of energy. I'm pulling 17 kilowatts up to this junction. And there we go. This is called Latheron. It always reminds me of...
Follow the road for 17 miles.
What was that bar of soap that had a little emblem in it and get it all lathered up? Can't remember what it's called. This always reminds me of... Oh, we're back. And this stretch of road I really like. So we're going down the east coast of Scotland, so the sea is on my right. Imperial leather, that's right, Jude. Imperial leather, that was it. You still use it. Queen must be old as me. Latheron and Imperial leather, they ought to make it in Latheron, haven't they? Here we go. Latheron wheel. I'm sure it's Latheron. Imperial leather soap should be made in Latheron. Imperial leather. It's got a real twang to it, isn't it? It's a real sense of poshness. I reckon Jude's really posh. Reminds me of your... I've got a few years on you, JP. Oh, okay. Mum used to wash my hair in something called Vosine, which was a disgusting green shampoo that always reminded me of washing up liquid. And if you got Vosine in your eyes, oh boy did it sting. Who remembers Vosine? It's like this obnoxious green liquid that my mum used to wash my hair with. We couldn't afford Imperial leather. See, she used to have coal tar soap from Sainsbury's. There was a horrible yellow colour. I could never work out why coal tar was a soap. I can smell Vosine now. It was in a very tall green bottle, wasn't it? And occasionally, if we were being really posh as a treat, Mum would buy, was it called Bath Matey or Mr. Matey? It must be ancient. people. Who remembers Bath Matey? It had a little hat on the top and it was like a bubble bath. And that was a real treat to have Matey bath, Matey bubble bath. Yeah, laid hay, Matey, got it in my eyes, hated it. Oh, okay. I think Vosine was more toxic to your eyes. Looked like a sailor, that's what it did, yes. It had a blue top, didn't it? Conversation about baths, all from Latheron, the village we've just been through. And of course there was always those rubber tubes you stuck on the hot and cold tap of the bath, and you try to mix it to have the right temperature, and then the hot one would fly off because it wouldn't stick, and yeah. Eventually those rubber things would perish. Yeah, disgusting really, but that was a posh shower for us in the bath. They clip on rubber hoses. Dunbeef. Tim's brother used to live around here, Dunbeef. It's true, Jude. Helmsdale 60 miles, goal speed 32. We've got 63 miles to go till we get to Skier services. Thanks for watching this drivel anyway, folks. I'm sure it's bouncing up and down a little bit. There's the tissue to shove underneath that. I'll shove a tissue underneath my brackets to be bouncing. There you go, BBC quality now. This is a nice bit of road as well. When I was in the demo Model 3, this was really nice through these twisty bits. Had a bit of fun in that. Sally Mobile. Still got the seat to my left. Camera shots, okay JP, okay, thanks. It's a pity you can't see the sun. The sun is coming up over the sea to my left, which is obviously to the east. The sun rises from the east, sets to the west. Now, in a little while, we're going to go down Berrydale Graze, which is a real Michael will know this. Michael Good, if you're still watching. Electric Mike, good morning. Just saw it briefly on the feed. Going down Berrydale. Let's face it, we're mainly here for the conversation. The scintillating conversation about Vosine and Bath Matey bubble bath. Yeah. Now Berrydale Graze, I think it's a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 4. I'm doing it in percentages now, which doesn't mean anything to me, but it's very steep anyway. So I can gain about 4 miles in my E-Nero by using VGen, and then use about 3 miles going up the other side. But overall I have a net gain of 1 or 2 miles from regenerative braking. That's a good place to stop, sir. still showing 180 something miles range at 100%. And in the previous video, James of James and Kate did a state of health check on this battery. I think it was 89%. So it's still a decent one. I'm missing the chat. So this is still really, really usable. And if you want to go to my playlist on YouTube, you'll see a playlist of 11 videos just about this Zoe that I bought at auction for £5,000. Multiple WhatsApps from... I didn't quite catch all that. I will catch up with the chat when I stop at Ski Services and answer any questions. I'm going to get to Skiick at 10:05. So if you want to dob out and dob in, that's fine, but I'll keep this running. At 10:05, I'll say 10 o'clock, I'll do some, answer any questions you might have, if you want to come back in then. Right, here we go, Berrydale, 10%. See, I don't know what 10% means. Anyway, I've got 121 miles on the gasometer. Remember that, folks, 121. I'm off the throttle. I'll put myself in D mode, let the car run. I will not touch the brakes. Okay. Put myself back in B. 1 in 10. Oh, okay. I thought it was more than 10%. Is what, of course it is. Duh. 1 in 10. So for every 10 meters, you drop 1 meter. Feels like more now, to be honest. That's what it must be. Anyway, this is Berrydale. How many miles did I say that had? Was it 124? Oh, it's now gone up to 125. Let's see how many miles we can gain. This is the new... Oh, I'm back. It dropped out at the bottom of Berrydale. I've now got 129 miles. So I gained 5 miles by going down Berrydale Braes, where there's no internet, no 4G. You basically go down to sea level and then climb back up the other side. Can you hear me, mother? Am I back? Give us a thumbs up. Hey, we're back. We're back. So no signal at the bottom of Berrydale. I gained 5 miles, folks. Yes, I do recommend the Nero. Oh, he's deleted the message. I'm thinking. I think, Adam, you need to. Right. Because we're listening, we're commenting for a while. Michael, I'm honoured you're listening to this drivel whilst you get some breakfast. Thank you very much. How can I put the live chat? All messages are visible. Ah, there we go. Right. Ah, I think I'm leaving the live chat up. Right, good. That's better then. No, it's going again. How can you leave the chat up? Top chat. Live chat. Just leave this one. 55 miles to go, 116 on the gasometer. So I think we'll get to Skier with about 65, 70 miles left. We'll see. Should have done a Orkney fudge dry, shouldn't I? Guess the miles I'll arrive with. Whatever time of year you drive down through Scotland, folks, it is just gorgeous. I just love this place. The other reason I like driving south is I get my tree fix. We don't have many trees on Orkney. But I get my tree fix coming down the A9. Love this time of year. Dropping out, I know. I'm trying to do a sentence and then it drops out. I was going to say these poles at the side of the road, now they've disappeared. Basically what they are is snow poles. So when it's really deep snow, the snow ploughs know where the road is, because the poles will stick above the snow. There you go. Isn't that an interesting statistic? Back. So this will take us down into a place called Helmsdale. Anyone remember Edwyn Collins? Had that hit, a great guitarist. Never knew a girl like you before. Can't remember the name of the song. I'm not going to sing it because I can't sing. But Edwyn Collins comes from and still lives in Helmsdale. Does a good tune, does Edwyn Collins. I think it's called Never Knew a Girl Like You Before. Yeah. Tain, 35 miles. Tain is where my good friend Tim of Tim's Travels lives. Nice bit of regen down here as well. I'm pulling 16 kilowatts just by easing off my right foot. I'm not losing speed, unlike that Toyota hybrid thing in front who's touching his brakes. I'm coming off the throttle to adjust my speed and harvesting energy. He's got his foot on his brakes. Off the brakes. I'm not touching my brakes. He's now touching his brakes, making heat.
After 400 yards, leave the roundabout at the first exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Helmsdale.
I'm just harvesting energy. Still haven't touched the brakes.
Leave the roundabout at the first exit.
mode. Take it out of B mode. I haven't touched the brakes going all the way down that hill. And that's the art and the beauty and the satisfaction of driving an EV, is that you can harvest energy.
Follow the road for 32 miles.
As you drive down the hill. I'm sorry mate, you're doing 25 miles an hour. Feels painfully slow after doing 60. Anyway, Helmsdale's really nice. Nice eateries in Helmsdale. Time and place that Michael mentioned earlier. Really nice food. And a place called Mirage. Do amazing fish and chips with a massive amount of salad. A place called Time Span. You get a nice meal there as well. And there is 3 rapid chargers in Helmsdale. But we're not going to visit them today because I don't need to. Used to years ago when I had Nissan Leaf and Mitsubishi IMEV. I'd stop here because it's about 50 miles from Scrabster to here. He loves his brake pedal, doesn't he? Goodness me. Steady now. Don't be too fast around that corner. 18 miles an hour. Come on, mate, you're having a laugh. Oh, maybe he's lost and he's going to stop at any minute, isn't he, and turn right or left. I can just feel it. He's going to just, there we go. Maybe he's lost. Swing out into the other side of the road because you've got a big car, pal. There, take it steady. Oh my life. He thinks he's driving a truck. This is like a Helmsdale River bridge here, and when you go for something to eat at Timespan, you can look over the river. Right, 22 miles an hour. Really? See, a lot of the time this can cause accidents because people will get frustrated with somebody doing 22 miles an hour in a camper van. Oh no, he's found the throttle. Oh, we're hitting 30 miles an hour. I'm going to start sounding like Victor Mildrew in a minute, aren't I? Or do I sound like Victor Mildrew? Answers on a postcard, please. Why do people, when they slow up to turn, have to swing on the wrong side of the road to pull into an entranceway? What is all that about? It's just bizarre, isn't it? Model 3. Train line to the left that hugs the coast. It says on Google in 7 minutes I've got queuing traffic. Maybe there's some roadworks. Beautiful view to the left. That's the seaside. You can see the sea on the left. No one's chatting. Have I missed some chat? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I missed all that. What made you move all the way to the top of Scotland? We just fancied a real change. JP, the song is Girl Like You. Thank you. I've missed all this chat. Go full EVs, hybrids are the worst of both worlds. Completely agree with you. Right, back. It is painful, but I'm chilling. I'm chilling, Michael. Don't worry. Don't raise the blood pressure. Trying to VT my Model 3 at the moment, painfully slow. VT? I don't know what VT means. Is that the updates? Trying to VT my Model 3. Is it a vinyl wrap? I don't know what VT means, my friend. Electric mic. What does VT mean? Oh, voluntary termination. Oh, okay. Is that with Tesla? So you're not keen on your Model 3 then? Yes. Is that because you're swapping out, or you're just not happy with your Model 3? You don't have to tell me, I'm being a bit nosy. I suppose the advantage is I'm slipstreaming this Volkswagen Caravanette thing. In a way. Not really close enough, I suppose. 47 miles to go, 116 on the gasometer, and I'm at 65% state of charge. Sat nav is saying I'll get to Skiick services at 9 minutes past 10, which is an hour away. And I've been live streaming for an hour. So yeah, 2 hours drive till I stop for something to eat before my next leg down to Broxton Park and Ride. Love too expensive, £580 bond. Wow. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the leasing or PCP or private contract hire, PCH, has dropped a lot in price. So yeah. Which is a good thing. You go for another Model 3 or Model Y? Oh, PCP. The reason I like private contract hire, PCH, that I took out as my e-Nero was that with Arval as a funder, they do give the option to buy it out via a third party, and it's to do with the Financial Conduct Authority rules and money laundering. But basically, you need a third party to be an intermediary between a funder and the hiree. And they use British Car Auctions, and that was how I was able to buy my e-Nero from private contract hire agreement which I had. The advantage is there's no balloon, it was market value. And of course with the PCP, private contract purchase, you have a set balloon payment at the end. And if the market fluctuates and it's worth less than your balloon payment, then obviously you're out of pocket a bit. Yeah. So I'm not keen on private contract hire, PCP, for that reason. PCH, private contract hire, with Arval as the funder, does give you that option to buy it at market value at the end of the contract, which is what I did on my e-Nero. I think it's just Arval that offer it. I don't think Lex or Autolease offer it. You have to hand it back to them. But yeah, vehicle excise duty on Sportage to £305 a year. Wow. I know from April all EVs will be 190 a year, which I don't think is a bad thing. We all got to pay road tax, but I think the excise duty for other internal combustion engine cars is going to shoot up. So there's going to be more of a margin between electric and fossil fuel cars after April. I think there'll be a rush as well before April on EVs over 40 grand, because if you buy an EV after the 1st of April 2025 and it's as a manufacturer's recommended retail price of over £40,000, then you'll pay a first year new car luxury car tax figure of, was it £400 or £500? I can't remember. It was a lot. So I think there'll be a rush on buying new before April the 1st. I think Tesla will see a massive upsurge in people buying their vehicles, because if you buy one 31st of March, you won't pay that luxury new car supplement. So you just pay 31st of March you'll pay nothing to register an electric car for 12 months. But then 12 months later you'll pay just 190. So if you're thinking of buying a new car that's over 40 grand, outright purchase, do it now, before 1st of April. Then you'll avoid that luxury car tax or vehicle excise duty. Right, I've got two cars behind me. This Volkswagen is irritating me now. March 23. Yeah, there you go. You can change it. Yeah, very good. Parents, electric Volkswagen. Electric Volkswagen. It can be £190 for anything electric after 1st of April 2025. Now, what you can do is before the 1st of April, go onto DVLA's website and SORN, that's the statutory off-road notice, SORN your EV for like a day or even 10 minutes, and then re-register it as on the road, and then it'll ask you to re-tax the car. And if you re-tax it in March, you'll get a reminder for the new. So basically, you'll save £190 because you'll avoid paying the new excise duty for best part of 12 months. You'll put it off, basically. But personally, I don't begrudge contributing towards the roads, because we all use the roads. There is a debate as to how much road tax goes onto paying for roads. Tax at any time. Yeah, true. That's true. Is there a minimum SORN period? I don't think there is. We'll have to look into that, Michael. I don't know. But like others have said, I think you can re-tax it if it's a new owner. I don't know whether you can just re-tax anyway, I'm not sure. Sounds like a future video, doesn't it? Why are you braking? Why are you braking? Just let your Volkswagen diesel thing just run. I bet he's going to brake for this corner. You're going to brake, aren't you? No. Maybe it's just a comfort blanket thing. Make sure my brakes are working, so I'll scrub some speed off. Right. I do the same with people who brake. No need to, yeah. I think I'm going to have to overtake this camper because he's personally annoying me now. I don't believe it! There's one thing about driving relaxed, there's nothing just to be a bloody naughty. Right. Go, little Zoe, go! Headlights is really badly aligned. The near side headlight of that camper is like on full beam. Yeah, there's something wrong with that headlight, definitely. Thanks for joining me, you 27 lovely people. Give us a thumbs up or a like. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. That would be great. There's a distillery or two we're going to pass as well in a minute. I think there's a distillery up here to the right. This next town is called Aurora, or is it Goldspeed? I always get the two mixed up, whichever one comes first. I can't remember. I just checked. Okay. Oh, well, Michael's deleted his comment. Right. yeah, distillery. Kleinish distillery. Klein Elish Brewer. Some charges here in Brewer. Oh, they've got a roof on that. That's been being built for absolutely ages. It's just a bare shell almost. This is a brewer. Now coming up here on the right is a Gulf petrol station where I used to fill up with LPG. When I had a 4x4 3.5 V6 Kia Sorento for towing my trailer when I used to deliver EVs on the back of a trailer. When I moved to Orkney, I took it back down to Leicester and sold it, but that's where I used to fill up. No, it's not there actually. Ignore that. It's further on. There was a station that sold gas, LPG. That one didn't. You can read Sonaville's fusion approval through DVLA, which will be online. Of course, didn't read the rest of that, Michael. Let's have a look. Of course, it has to be legal with insurance as an absolute minimum. Okay. Right. Nice coffee shop here to the right called Cocoa Sky. Do really nice coffee, cakes, sort of chocolate fancies. What do I? To the right is some toilets next to a co-op in Brewer. Harry Cow Bakery to the right, do nice sausage rolls in there. Mr. Lorry stopped right on the edge of a bend. That's looking a bit iffy, isn't it? There we go. That's a bit of a dangerous place to stop, my friend. Just give him a flash. Let him know it's a bit dodgy. Right, coming out of Brewer. Next, it's Golspie in 6 miles. We've got charges in Golspie too. Well, thanks for the likes, folks. We've got 2 more likes. Appreciate that. Lovely ID3 going north just now. Oh yes, I did. I did see it, Michael. Was it in undercoat grey? I think it was. Or primer grey, should I say. No, it's that boring silver colour. Boring silver or exciting undercoat grey. It's a good job we're all different, isn't it? Is this bringing back memories for you, Michael? Michael came up to Orkney in his ID3 and you met up with his partner. Coffee, didn't we? In Kirkwall. Orkney Cloud. that would be a good name for the Volkswagen ID3, wouldn't it? In that undercoat grey. Orkney Cloud. Here, sir, try this new colour from Volkswagen, Orkney Cloud. Just wondering what your Zoe would be worth now if you had to buy the same age car now. About the same. Why do I say that? Because there is so many people with £5,000 to spend on a car. So all EVs, all cars depreciate to a level where they'll just level out. In for a number of years they will be worth £5,000. They won't keep depreciating at a set rate. So I still think this is worth a good £5,000. If you want a genuine 160 mile EV, who wouldn't want one for £5,000? So I think it's worth the same. I mean, if it got to the point where, you know, if it carried on depreciating, would someone pay 5 for it? Yeah. Would someone pay 4, 3, 2, 1, £1,000? Would someone buy this for £1,000? Yeah. Would someone buy it for £2,000? Yeah. So you just keep going till the point where you go, So I'm starting to see these Zoes with 30, 40,000 miles selling at auction for about 7.5. So yeah, the rate of depreciation will continue to slow the more miles it gets and the older it gets. Not too long ago, I was seeing Mitsubishi IMEV and Citroen C0s for £5,000 at auction, and that's a 60 mile range EV on 12 plates. So I think this is still worth what I paid for it 12 months ago. I really do. Now if you go to the likes of WeBuyAnyCar.com, which is British car auctions, they will give a silly figure because they then want to take it, WeBuyAnyCar.com, so they'll give £3,000 for it. They'll put it through an auction with a reserve of 5. So its true value will be 5. WeBuyAnyCar.com will chance their arm to make a massive profit. What's the difference between the e-Niro and the Niro EV? Well, body shell. It charges slightly faster. Got vehicle to load. I did a video actually on the difference between the e-Niro and the Niro EV. Comparing it to digestive biscuits, one with chocolate on and one without. The new Niro EV is like a digestive with chocolate on. Looks great, it's nice little options, but it's still basically a digestive, and it's not as efficient as the old e-Niro. Despite its aerodynamic features to make it more aero, it's a bit heavier and it's not as efficient. And other owners of the Niro EV have said my old e-Niro went further. Yes, it might charge slightly faster. It's not a leap forward, not a major step forward to be honest, but it looks nice. In fact, is that an e-Niro? No, it's a plug-in Niro. But yeah, check out my YouTube. We're back. Lost you then for a minute. We're back. Lost you then for a minute. So yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel, you will find a playlist. Adam, with my views on my e-Niro, comparing that with the new Niro EV. The main difference is the vehicle to load will be useful, to be honest. You know, middle of nowhere and you want to boil a kettle, that'd be nice. Anyway, we're in Goldsby. Yeah, I saw that as well. They've stopped selling the Niro EV, dropped it in parts of Europe in order to promote the new EV3, which by all accounts is more or less the same size inside, which sort of makes sense. You don't want two vehicles that are virtually the same dimensions and capacity. So I believe they're dropping the e-Niro or the Niro EV and just making the Niro available as a hybrid or a plug-in hybrid. But in the UK, I think because the Niro EV has been such a good seller, they'll carry on selling it, I think. Who knows? Right, to my right is the rapid chargers here in Goldsby. And there's some public toilets nearby that are permanently locked up, which is my other little bugbear. There needs to be more public toilets about. It's quite pretty, Goldsby. I like it. Still 30 miles an hour through here, so everyone's being very good, which is not a bad thing. You know, we might have kiddies going to school. There's a hospital nearby. Oh, loads of Land Rovers with camping stuff. It's a convoy. Yeah. Wouldn't catch me camping. Give me a bed and breakfast or a hotel any day. HG back. Goodbye, Goldsby. Right, it's getting a bit drift now. "30 miles to go." It's now saying 12 minutes past 10. I'll arrive at Skiak Services. 31 miles to go. 100 on the guessometer left. So there we go. I did say 65 to 70, didn't I? Miles left. I'm at 56% with now 99 miles left. I tell you, this is a fantastic value EV. 115,070 miles. Cost me £5,000 12 months ago. And I'm en route to my mum's in Leicester. And if she likes it, she's going to buy it off me. My average miles per kilowatt hour is now 3.5, which, considering the temperature outside, 8 degrees, fairly strong headwind, and now a bit of rain, and I've had the heating on at 22 degrees. It's pretty impressive. So this Zoe is not ready for the scrap heap. It's not ready to be recycled. The battery, I believe from memory, is at 89% state of health at 115,000 miles. So, you know, this has a usable 160 mile range. Still a useful thing. Do you use Tesla Open at all? Yes, I have. When I've been in the Nero, I've used Tesla superchargers. Based on your... Oh, Andrew... Oh, thanks, Luke. Excellent. Thanks for your comment, XR400DL. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and Andrew Taylor's videos. Andrew's great. Yeah, it was a bit warmer. Now, me and Andrew Till are trying to arrange a bit of a drive together as well. So hopefully we're going to do a bit of a long drive. We're trying to arrange to get an EV3 via Kia. So that would be pretty cool. I do like Andrew's YouTube channel, Mr. EV on YouTube. I supplied Andrew with his Nissan Leaf about 4 years ago. old business, Eco Cars, helped him buy his current white e-Niro that he's just come back from Italy in. Prices to non-Tesla. Okay. Well, I can't say I blame him, to be honest, Michael. Like I always say, as long as the rapid charger works, I don't care how much it costs. I really don't. I just want it to work. I'm not going to drive around looking to save 5 or 10p, because I don't often drive away from home. I think the rapid chargers on Orkney, I used the rapid charger for the first time in ages last week, actually, to plug this Zoe in. I was surprised it's still 35p, which is only 10p more than my home rate in the day. So yeah, I don't begrudge paying. I wouldn't begrudge paying £1 a kilowatt hour, as long as the thing works and it was available. Because it's just a splash and dash when you're using a rapid. And if you haven't got a driveway, then you know you're going to find some fast chargers. Maybe it's the supermarket or the local gym, or you know, a council car park. We could leave it for a few hours, charge up your EV, and that might do you for a week. So you don't have to be 100% charged every morning, especially on an EV that does 250, 300 miles, or 160 mile in a Renault Zoe. I think the average distance covered by the average motorist in the UK it's under 20 miles a day. Might even be a bit less. But say you're doing 20 miles a day, that's 100 miles a week, working week, 5 days. So if you have this Zoe, charge it up once a week when you go shopping, if you haven't got a driveway at home. What you do? All right, okay. Oh, Jude, you're back. Yeah. So as Jude just said, she hasn't got a drive, so she charges away from home, and it obviously works for Jude. Works for a lot of people. She's electric L. She used to live in a block of flats in Dundee, and she didn't have any home charging. She's moved house now into a home, and she's got off-street parking. But she had a Nissan Leaf for years and just used public chargers in Dundee. Yeah, paid memberships as well. I don't get paid memberships. The likes of BP Pulse. If you're doing lots of charging and you go past a BP Pulse Rapid and it works, then it may be worth subscribing to a membership with BP Pulse. But for the relatively few times that most folk will need to rapid charge, I don't think memberships are worth it, to be honest. Tesla do a membership. Now when we go to France and then Spain in December in my e-Niro, we may look at signing up for Tesla membership because it gives a bit of discount. There you go. For 1 month. So yeah, join Tesla and get discounted rapid charging in your non-Tesla, and that will save a bit of money. BP Pulse, get the charger in the car, charging them. Yeah, there's other apps, isn't there? Bonnet apps, cul-de-sac. I've got my Electroverse card, and the reason I like their RFID card and the Electroverse app is that, particularly on the continent, they've got, oh, I can't remember, it's something like 60 or 70 providers will accept the Electroverse RFID card or app. Electroverse is run by Octopus Energy, of which I'm a customer. And if you're a customer of Octopus, and then when you use your Electroverse app, you might get 5 or 10% off certain rapid charge providers. If you're not an Octopus Energy customer, you can still apply for an Electroverse account. I'm not a fan of apps. I'm not a fan of RFID cards. I like the just use your debit card on contactless. But if you get a bit of a discount with an RFID card and it works on multiple providers, then I think that's a good idea. So that's why I've got an Electroverse card, and I've just remembered I've left it in the Nero. I meant to bring it with me today. Darn it. Well, I could try the Electroverse app, but I have got my ChargePlay Scotland app for charging at Skiak, which I'll use today. And the sat-nav says I'm going to hit traffic in 4 minutes. Right, I was saying earlier about LPG, this is the petrol station on the right hand side that used to sell and still sells LPG, and that's where I used to fill up my Kia Sorento. How much is LPG now? I think it's one of those prices. 98 pence. Wow. Autogas. Used to fill up there with gas. That was the only place after leaving Orkney where I could fill up. I can't think of anywhere else now going south. It used to be at some motorway services, but it seemed to went out of favour at the end of the 2010, 2009. It mainly disappeared after the exemption for London congestion charge. LPG vehicles were exempt back in the 2000s. I sold lots of vans to London businesses that ran on LPG just so they could avoid the congestion charge. And then when that ended, virtually overnight demand for LPG just disappeared. So that was one of the reasons why I switched to electric in 2010-11. I saw electric vehicles being the future over LPG. Kia Charge, I haven't got the Kia Charge app. I never looked at it, to be honest. Of you watching. Thank you very much for watching, folks. Got 21 miles to go till I stop at a place called Skiak Services, where I'm going to stop for some breakfast because I'm hungry. Been up since 5. Caught the boat this morning from Orkney to Scrabster. That was a bit rough, and now I'm hungry. 88 miles left on the gasometer, 21 miles to go. I'm at 49% state of charge. We're coming up to Tane, which is where my good friend Tim of Tim's Travels lives. Check out Tim's Travels on YouTube, folks. His videos about travelling is great. Let's just see if I can read some messages. Okay, see you in a bit, Michael. I'm staying in EMBO next May. EMBO. I don't know what EMBO is. I'm just having a very posh vanilla coffee with my tiffin. You're a posh bird, Jude, you really are. Before you go and wash up in your posh with your posh soap. I forgot what it was called. Imperial leather, that's it. Don't forget to wash your hands with Imperial leather soap. What's the name? That's the name of the village. Okay. Embo. E-M-B-O. I'll have to Google that. So this is the bridge going into Tame. If you wash your hands with Imperial leather soap, you can smell it for about 2 weeks afterwards, can't you? Jude's very posh. Posh coffee with tiffin. I bet you drink your coffee with your little pinky finger stick out as well. Of course. Thank you, folks, for listening to my nonsense. Like I said before, if you're watching this in another part of the country, I don't regret for 1 minute moving to Orkney and Scotland. Such a great place to live. And last week I used my bus pass. I'm over the ripe old age of 60 now, and used my
After
bus
400
pass.
yards, leave the roundabout at the first exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness. Leave the roundabout at the first exit.
As you can see from the brown sign, this is part of the NC 500.
Follow the road for 6 miles.
The North Coast 500. Tame 3 miles, Dingwall 26. And we're going to stop before Dingwall in 18 miles. We're going to stop at Steag Services. Get there at 12 minutes past 10. In 18 miles time. Have some breakfast and then we'll have a bit of a chinwag. Morning, Jonathan, from Bob Lomax. Any views on public charger incompatibilities on some car makes? Just use smart one the first 2 weeks like a couple of problems with. Okay. So sometimes with some EVs you've got to hold the CCS connector into the car. If the charger can't communicate with the car, 9 times out of 10 it's the weight of the cable pulling the CCS connector away from the charge port. So my top tip is, try, when you've plugged it in and you started the charge, go back to the charge cable, the handle, and pull it up slightly. Take the weight off the connector. Now once it's communicated with the car, you can then let go and it'll charge. I found that on a number of makes, that it's the communication protocol talking to the car that will be the issue. Sometimes the CCS connector might be a bit loose, and then you just need to hold it in or twist it to a certain angle to make it connect correctly so it communicates. I've had it on the Zoe a few times. You've just got to hold it, and once it's communicated, it starts charging. It's fine, you can let go, but it's just that initial communication between the charger and the car. The car says, yeah, I'm happy, and the charger says, I'm happy, and then it starts letting the electricity through. So try that next time. Kona. Now my friend Tim lives around here, so I'm just going to wave to him out the window. Great advice, thanks. Okay, well, yeah, try that. You're not going to get electrocuted by holding the connector whilst it communicates. You know, it's perfectly safe, but just try holding it up till you hear the car click and the rapid charger will click. Then you can let go, and the screen will obviously say connection established by an exit charge for it. Hello, Tim and Fee. EMBO is near Dornoch. Okay. Yeah, like in the it's true, Jude. Like in the advert where you're standing like filling petrol tank. Yeah. It's true. So just stand and hold it just till it connects, then you can let it go. Just gone past Tain, and just behind me to the left there's an Asda that does have toilets. So if you're really desperate, hop in there for some light relief. They have a cafe as well. And there's a rapid charge in the middle of Tain. A little charge place stop. And there's also one at Asda. Is it Asda? No, Tesco's. Tesco's in Tain have got a big pod point rapid as well. And the Asda has an old pod point which is ridiculously old, which I remember using back in the day when I was running low on charge, and it was only a 3 kilowatt. I think I stayed on that charger for about 3 hours because I needed enough to get to Helmsdale. But that was like 10 years ago. So we're staying on the A9.
Follow the road for 11 miles.
I'll tell you what, I'll just stay here behind the lorry. Truck! At least it's not a camper van. At least it's doing a decent speed. 11 miles to go till I get some breakfast. And in proper Bjorn style, I might get a takeaway breakfast and bring it back to the car and keep talking to you. Because I don't want to talk in the cafe because that would just be embarrassing now. So I'll come back and in proper Bjorn style. Well, I won't be eating noodles or rice, I'll be able to something English. I'm not sure if you saw my ZE50. Did you drop that? Your ZE50? I'm not sure if you saw my ZE50, I don't know. Fire stick. I'm not sure. Where was your ZE50? Have I passed it? Do you live somewhere en route? The Sandwick Inn to my left is nice. I went there for a meal once, not too long ago, with my friend Andrew. It's very nice. No, I've not done the NC500, not properly. Because I travel down half of it all the time anyway, so I've done the West Coast a few times. There was a question about chargers. Don't know the question. These awesome colours in the trees, gorgeous. Nine miles to go. Now we had a question about ZE50 and charging at Tesla superchargers. Okay. I've not tried it actually. I know the Zoe can be particularly fussy about earthing issues. And because the Zoe can only pull a maximum of 50 kilowatts, and Tesla superchargers obviously can pump out a lot more. I've never tried one. Our nearest Tesla supercharger is Inverness. Eight miles to go, 73 on the gasometer. I said between 65 and 70 miles left, so I think it's going to be more like 65, isn't it? 41%. Average 3.5 miles per kilowatt hour. I'm reading this off the dashboard, folks. I've done 97 miles. So 73 showing left. 97 plus 73. That's 170 in my book. And I've had the heater on. So I've lost about 10 miles range due to having the heater on. Which is fine. When I do stop, I will show you the dashboard before I turn the car off, just so you can see what the consumption's been like. And I'm not driving slowly, I'm sitting at an indicated 64 miles an hour, which in reality is about 60. So, you know, I'm doing the speed limit. Oh, nice. Flying up next May in an Airbus A320. Oh, do you watch Big Jet TV? You sound like a Big Jet TV electric light viewer. That's my guilty pleasure on a Sunday afternoon. Is watching Jerry, Big Jet TV. And I'm in a Polestar, nice. You know what I do. Yeah. Big Jet TV. I've been messaging him to see if I can get him to come up to walk me, because I'd love him to take the world's shortest flight, which is between Westray and Papa Westray, which, if the wind's behind you on a Logan Air Island hopper turboprop thing, is about 90 seconds from takeoff to landing. Yeah, I love aircraft too. And if any of you other people have never watched Big Jet TV, it's a real treat. Jerry is a real good cockney, and he knows his stuff about aeroplanes, and it's just great chat. He's got a massive community, and he's just so enthusiastic about flight and everything to do with aviation. And even my wife's got into watching Big Jet TV with me. It's just great viewing. It's a really friendly community. Especially when it has windy arrivals at Heathrow. And he's known for his sayings like "Bosh" and "Easy, son," as these massive jets come into land, you know, and bounce down the runway. It's great. Really good watching. Good YouTube watching. Bosh. I thought of doing a live stream on EVs on Orkney as they go past, but I don't know whether it will work. I probably know a number of drivers as they drove past them on, which is keen about being on YouTube. But I thought of doing a geeky live YouTube live feed on EVs as they go past into Kirkwall on a workday morning or something. Count how many you'd see in an hour. Right then, 10 minutes to go, 3 miles, 38%, 66 miles left. Two miles covered. Which is about right for driving 100 miles in the Highlands of Scotland. You're going to average about 50 miles an hour. It's just the nature of roads and bends and stuff. So 100 miles is going to take 2 hours. Still hear people saying, "Oh, I want to drive for 400 miles before I stop." Well, after 2 hours and 100 miles, I want to stop. I'm hungry. Surprisingly enough, I don't need the toilet. My bladder's fine. Probably will when I stand up. To go, 2.5 miles, folks. I might have said 10 miles earlier. 10 minutes? No. 11 minutes past 10. I've got 2.3 miles to go. Well, that's on the other side. 2 miles to go. I'm not used to this sat-nav system. I'm so used to the Nero looking in the wrong place. Joining. I've been on the go for the last 2 hours. I'm going to leave it running, get some breakfast, come back to the car and see if you've got any questions, and you can watch me eat a la sort of like Bjorn, 30 miles an hour. bit of regen, harvest the energy, don't touch the brakes. Caution of raised ironworks, no road markings, ramp ahead, temporary road surface. Lots to read. A ramp! How big is this ramp? Oh. They are raised manhole. You don't want to hit that with a car, do you? Those drains are mega deep. Tall. Oh, big hole. Right then, we're going to turn right in a minute. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to do 30 down this road. I think 20 is plenty fast enough. It's a massive holes. Yeah, lots of stone chips, lots of stones, loose stone gravel in some big holes. I think they might have just took gravel in some big holes. But all the gravel's getting really down today. Anyway, here we go. Oh, that's a big hole. Here's the sign for Skiach Services. Average road in Warwickshire. Yeah, actually, yes, they sold LPG here as well. So I used to fill up with LPG here when I had a trailer. I forgot they sold LPG. Anyway, let's turn right here. Look,
Make a U-turn after 300 yards. Then take the next left turn immediately.
it's not a U-turn. It's this junction here.
Make a U-turn if possible. Then take the next left turn immediately.
Oh, thanks, Claire. Can't read all your comments because I'm concentrating on the road in front. I'll scroll back through your comments and catch up in a minute, folks. It does make this journey a lot more interesting when I've got new folk for company. Anyway, here we go. Skiach Services.
Please turn next left. Then take the next left turn immediately.
Just pretend you're clearing your throat. With the good old Charge Place Scotland Rapids. Will they work? It's always exciting in Scotland with Charge Place Scotland. Will they work?
Please turn second right. Then you will arrive at your destination on the right.
It's not on the right, it's on the left. But anyway, she got us here. It's a good idea, good gauge. So here's the rapids.
You have reached your destination.
And the fast. So let's go for it. So before I turn off, here we go, folks. So got here with 62 miles left. Let's just scroll round. Was it going to let me scroll round? There we go. Go around again. There we go. I've done 105 miles. Average 3.5 miles per kilowatt hour. So let's go and plug in. I'll tell you what, I'll take you with me. Let's just see. Turn off. Open the flap. Let's just see how good. Oh, CPS's. So open both your flaps. So, also the cobwebs. Show your RFID card. Authorised. Oh, things are looking up. Select your connector, CCS. Connect it to your vehicle. Now, oh, it's twisted. So just make sure it's not twisted. Pop it in. Now this is the trick, folks. Go back and press start. It's doing initial checks. Oh, it has connected. So what I do strongly advise, it's not yet connected, is just hold it up and wait till it connects, and that should turn blue, the ZE flashy bit, or twist it slightly. And this can often be the issue with Zoes and some vehicles with CCS, is it's trying to initialise. It's got to hold it in. Thinking about it. Right, there we go. So, retry the charging press, stop the vehicle to park. Okay, right. It is in park. And this is sometimes the issue you have with Charge Place Scotland. I did turn it off, didn't I? I'm sure I did. Maybe I didn't turn the car off. I know I turned the car off. Yeah, the car is turned off. Right. Try again. For a retry. We try locking the car. Sometimes helps. Yeah, car's off. There we go. So maybe it needed to be locked. So sometimes the Zoe can be a little bit on the fussy side. But there we go. Put in the dizzy heights of 26 kilowatts. It might ramp up in a minute. Anyway. Oh, that's a bit right. Let's go and get some food. So, let's okay. It's showing 1 hour 25 minutes to 100%, but I don't need that much. Let's just, I'm trying to remember how to use the sat nav. Address. Right, let's put Perth. Bloxton. It's not Bloxton, it's Broxton, you chump. B-R-O-X-D. Broxton Services, that'll do. Perth. Go. There we go. 129 miles. So I'm just going to get something to eat until I hit, what, 150 miles? That's my next stop.
Please turn next left, then take the next right turn immediately.
And it's not possible yet. So basically, if I left now, I'd get there at 20 to 1. But I'm not going to. I'm going to get some breakfast. So I'm going to leave this in here. And go and get something to eat. And come back in a bit. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. You lovely 38 people watching. And typical Bjorn style, I'll leave that running that way. I'm going to come back with something to eat and answer any questions. Right, see you in a bit. I'll be 10 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, I'm back. Right then. So there you go. I think I was, what, 10-15 minutes? It's a really nice place to eat. Used to be a bit spit and sawdust here, but Skiik Services has been taken over by a lady with looks like her daughters. Food is really nice. Yeah. So I've got a breakfast thingy with some vegetarian sausage and a potato scone in a roll with an egg and some brown sauce. Bjorn, eat your heart out, mate. This is how the English do it. None of your Chinese stuff here. Or Thai food. Proper English. Brown sauce breakfast bap. Oh, we know how to eat here, don't we, folks? Right. Put that in a napkin because I don't want to get brown sauce all over the car. And a nice fresh made cup of tea. £3. Bargain. So, more importantly, let's just show you. We're still charging and we're up to 57%. It's not charging like a monster, but we're still charging, and I'm stopping for something to eat. So all is good in the world of JP driving south. Right, have I missed any questions? Let's have a look. Waiting for the tumbleweed. Enjoy your brekkie. I'm off the comments. So I'm back. You see, well, I don't care as long as they work, and they were a bit of a pain. Right, so Clive Harrington, 400 miles, 60. Yeah, nice. I don't care, Gary, as long as they work. Yeah, sometimes. I wonder what I'm pulling now. Fully retired, I am. Typical. Let me just have a quick look. Because if you offer the card up, it will actually tell you what you're pulling. Just have a quick look. Yeah, 26 kilowatts. Not massive, folks. But I'm in no rush. Very often it's the connectivity. There's no other chargers being used, but it's obviously the grid connection to this point can be a bit weak. So although it says a 50 kilowatt charger, the charger's not actually pumping out 50 kilowatts, although the Zoe's asking for 50 kilowatts. Anyway. Has anybody got any questions? I am fully retired. Well, I still enjoy making YouTube content to encourage people to have a go in an EV. I am wearing the reflex jacket because it's my only jacket with a hood. And if it rains en route, I'd be grateful of a hood. If I have to get out and charge. So I'm aiming for Broxton Park and Ride to stay at the Travel Lodge on the way down to see my parents. Yeah, I agree, Michael. Not particularly the Zoe, although the Zoe can be fussy. It's just Charge Place Scotland. It's not the best, to be honest. Right, it seems wrong. You staring at me eating slow. Do you listen to music? One of secrecy. Yes, if it's played by someone I know who lives in Wick. Can I listen to some David Gray? But not when I'm live streaming. We have an ID3, happy to charge and grid serve, Apple Green Tesla, but as soon as we got to CPS, yeah, shouldn't be the case, but it is. CPS cannot be relied upon. Winter pack, no, it didn't actually, Paul. Wasn't really bothered because it was ridiculously cheap. It's £5,000, so that's why I've got a heated seat now in case I want to plug it in. Hasn't got the heat pack. Hey, Claire! Clary. So just from my friend Clary, Malcolm Clary, I've had a vegetarian sausage, a egg, brown sauce, and a potato scone thing. It's very nice. This and a cup of tea, Claire, was £3.60. A lot cheaper than Argos. How much services? Nice drive down here. The crossing was really rough this morning, Claire. There was a couple in front of me that were being quite ill in the restaurant on the boat. So has anyone got any questions? So I am still here, but like Bjorn, I'm not going to inflect you with my eating in front of you. Yum and WP. I don't know what WP means, Claire. Yum and whoop. Money no object. Money no object, Phil, would be a Tesla Model Y long range rear wheel drive. Only because me and Mrs. P are going to do more European adventures and driving. Tesla supercharging network, the miles per kilowatt hour, the efficiency of the Model Y. I don't need all wheel drive, don't need performance, I just want efficiency. Money no object. Tesla Model Y long range rear wheel drive. But more than happy with the Nero. Western Park. I live in a flat and local charging is expensive. Adam, the Nero is just brilliant. It really is. Drive it carefully, you'll get a good 300-mile range out of it, my friend. It's such a capable electric vehicle, and used, they're great value. 7-year warranty. So buy an X 3-year-old Leaf. 3-year-old Leaf? Buy an X leased Kia e-Niro 4 Plus for about £16,000, and you've got the remaining 4-year warranty in Kia on everything, and then I think it's 8 years from new on the battery. It's just a great safe bet for a really efficient, capable electric vehicle. I'm sorry, I can't let you show me eating. Nice, just think I need a few buttons, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Supercharger, definitely a plus, obviously. Well, you can get what's called sexy buttons for Teslas, which are basically an aftermarket fitting of buttons that you fit near the cup holders that are shortcuts to your most commonly used ask fors in a Tesla. And a lot of people like that because they are actually physical buttons. And you can program what function you want them to do with the touch of a button. So Google sexy buttons. I may well get that, as and when I get a Model Y. I might get sexy buttons just for the fact that I too like a button. But the efficiency is everything with EVs, plus the supercharger network. For driving in Europe, that's a no-brainer. No lunch and a free... No, well, it's only 3 kilowatts. I like the storehouse, but I want to top up reasonably quickly. I'm up to 66%. I've been charging for 50 minutes. No, I've got 50 minutes to go. 129 miles to my destination. I'm only pulling 36 kilowatts, which is abysmal, to be honest. But it's better than 22, which would be off that post. Right. That's me finished filling my face with the cob. I'm going to find a rubbish bin. Leave that there. I'm back in a minute. There we go. You don't have to look at my ugly mug as I'm eating now, as I've finished. Yeah, don't Google sexy buttons. Model Y is £349 a month. It is. And if you do it before December, you'll also get a year's worth of free supercharging as well, which is pretty good. If it was a lifetime supercharging, I think I'd seriously think about it. Yeah, not interested in particularly the new Jupiter facelifted Model Y. They've perhaps done some other changes too, but I would like to buy a new EV or get into a new EV at the end of its production run, because they've ironed out all the problems. So I think the Model Y would be a safe bet. Best place to buy, auction or main dealer? Well, you know what I'm going to say, auction, mate. Look up showroom vehicle auctions. I do most of my YouTube videos from showroom. You can, if you're physically in the hall, bid and buy yourself, and their fees are very reasonable. You can't do it online without a business account, and to be a trader you can buy online, but as a member of the public you can actually be in the hall, unlike Mannheim and BCA where it's just now strictly trade. Showroom vehicle auctions will allow you to bid as a member of the public. I think you leave a £500 deposit, which you'll get back if you don't buy anything, and then a buyer's number, basically wave your number at the auctioneer and buy an EV. But check out their website. You'll get some indication as to what's coming through in the next 1 week, 2 weeks. Do up to like 14 days in front. But thoroughly recommend that. And should there be anything wrong with it, how do I get the light chat up? It's covered by warranty. 7-year warranty from new. So you buy one at 3 years old, it's got 4 years warranty left. So it's a safe bet buying at auction. Or if you want a nice coffee and you want it all nice and clean and absolutely perfect, and all the chips touched in with a tiny top up pen and been validated within an inch of its life, then go to a main dealer. But you'll pay £1,500 for the privilege. But it's just choice, isn't it? Best time to buy now, right through till February. So when I've been trading and buying and selling electric vehicles, hybrids and LPG cars back in the day, I always bought at brilliant prices this time of year, because no one wants to stock their forecourt leading up to Christmas, and January tends to be dead in the motor trade. It's always when you pick up bargains, when leasing companies want to liquidate their stock. They don't want stock hanging around, so they tend to let stuff go a little bit cheaper this time of year. So yeah, and I suppose the same would apply if you went into a main dealer, you know, mid to late December. Go in and make them a silly offer. You never know, they might be really desperate to liquidate some cash that month and may say yes, so you never know. But good time to buy is now. Yeah, good time to buy is now. Any other questions? Thanks for watching, everybody. My next stop is Perth. Says I'm going to get there at 1:15. 129 miles away, and I've got 121 on the gasometer. I'm at 70%. So my guess is I'm going to stay till I get to 90%. Actually, is there a limit to staying on here? I'm going to see, because sometimes there's a 45-minute limit on Charge Place Scotland Rapids. Let me just have a quick look. I don't know whether there is a limit on these. Trouble is, I don't want to be stuck for stupid overstay fees. I've been on 45 minutes. Do you know what? Just to play it safe, I think I'm going to stop and start the charge again. Yes, I think they will, Shin. I think Model Ys will come down when the new model comes out. That's why I'm still hanging on. Perhaps for another 12 months, 18 months to try and get one of the new rear-wheel drive long-range Model Y in 18 months, or a cancelled or early return on a lease vehicle. And the new model will be out, so that will be a good time to buy. If you can wait, I'd say wait 12 months, 18 months. Right, I'm going to stop this charge and start again, because I don't want to get stung with overstay fees with Charge Place Scotland. Let's see how we get on with this. go, success. So basically, you might have seen there, I stopped the charge, started the charge because I think there's a 45-minute maximum stay, even though I'm only getting 26 kilowatts out of this DC Rapid. But that's just Charles Place Scotland for you. So start it, end the charge, put the thing back in, take it out, and just start a new session, and you'll be right for another 45 minutes. I only need to be on air for about another 10. I'm up to 75%, and I've got 128 miles on the gasometer and 129 to go. So yeah, I'll stay another, wait till I get to 90%, and then I'll be safe for 129 miles. And it connected again. I had to lean on the CCS trigger, sort of pull it up at an angle slightly, just for it to communicate with the car. And this time it connected a lot quicker. Yeah, it does slow down when it gets to 80%, but it's still faster than plugging into a fast charger. I always say it's a bit like trying to fill a pint glass with cold water from your tap in your kitchen. If you turn it on really fast, it froths up, and if you want to brim your pint glass, you have to turn the tap down so it's just dripping. That's a bit like when you fill in an electric vehicle battery. It goes quick if the supply is quick. If the pressure in the tap or the pressure of electricity is powerful enough, not restricted by the local grid, then yes, it will turn the amps down as it gets close to 80%. It's saying 40 minutes to full, but I'm not going to be full. I'm going to charge to 90%, which is only 14% away. In fact, while I've got a minute, I'm going to swap this quality electric seat heater, just ready for tomorrow, because I should be really leaving quite early tomorrow from Perth, so it may be freezing, and if I do need the miles, I can turn the heater off and just have the heated seat on, this aftermarket one, because this Zoe hasn't got the heat pack fitted. So I shall finish my tea and remove this seat cover and put it on the driver's seat. It's on the passenger seat because my wife liked a nice hot button on the back when she was a passenger in this car. Oh, there is no limit. Oh, thanks for checking. I was going to check, Michael, but obviously I didn't want to interrupt my stream, but I didn't know whether there was a limit. I just don't trust Charles Place Scotland because each area is different. They all have different rules, and it's just not, it's not one size fits all, because each individual council has got their own rules in place. But thanks for checking on this place. You should have stickers that say there's a limit, but sometimes the stickers fall off chargers, and you try explaining that to Charles Place Scotland and they won't hear of it. They'll just charge you overstay fees. But I couldn't see any signage that says there was an overstay fee, but that's Charles Place Scotland. I just don't trust them. They just don't know what they're doing half the time. So not too inconvenient to stop the charge, disconnect, reconnect, start the charge, just to play it safe. Right, nice place to stop for breakfast here, folks. Right, let's get this changed. I can't remember how I attached it actually. Get it out the other side. quality product. Right then. Oh, that's a pain, isn't it? The connection is this side. Okay. If I thread that round the back, is that going to fit? Just might do. Oh, what a pain. That's not going to reach, is it? Let's do it that way, which is between your legs. That's not ideal. It's beyond here. It doesn't help that I have my seat so far back as well. Put that behind there. Also made some scones yesterday. Went to take some scones for my mummy. She makes the most amazing scones. I thought I'd make some scones as a hello present. I've got some clips here for the. I think that clips under there. Yeah, that'll do. Is that going to reach? Oh, it still doesn't reach. Oh, that's a pain, isn't it? Have a look. Just. Oh, it just reaches. But the switch is right underneath my bottom. Oh, that's mad. What a pain. I can't turn it upside down, can I? I'm just going to leave that on. Leave it on high. And then just have that ready to plug in. Okay. Not ideal. It's like it was designed just for the passenger side. Maybe it was handed. Maybe she bought it was just a passenger one. Maybe that's why it's designed for the passenger side in a right-hand drive car. I don't know. Right then, 138, 129. I've been here an hour, but to be honest, this charger is just not the fastest. I wonder if it charges any faster on the AC side. That's worth a try, isn't it? Let's just have a play. Right, that's 23 kilowatts on the DC. Now I'm going to disconnect and charge up on the AC and see what we get. There we go. Exactly the same. 22 kilowatts. AC. AC/DC. 141 miles to go. 141 miles on the gasometer. 129. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Shin. Marco, clear signage, charge fees. Yeah. Well, each to their own about heated seats, heated steering wheel. Yeah, I agree, Shin. Should be standard on all the EVs. Should be clear signage. Just don't trust Charge Place Scotland. Yeah, I always say, Shin, if your hands are warm and your bottom's warm and your back's warm, you're in a happy place. So yeah, any EV I would buy would have to have heated seats and heated steering wheel. And for me, an Ursula has to have a car with electric memory seats. I quite fancied an i3, which would be ideal for Orkney and with the sea air because it's all carbon fibre and plastic, never rust. I like an i3, but they don't do electric memory seats. They're not even electric seats, they're just manual adjustment. And for the best part of 3 years, when we had the new Shakeness and Leaf back in 2018, I'm saying this doesn't, I'm not saying it's stressful, but I have the seat down and back, and Ursula has the seat up and forwards. So, you know, you can guess what happened. She'd jump in the car and spend ages cranking the seat up and pulling it forward, and just getting the right position wasn't quite right. It was just a hassle. Then I'd jump in it, have to move the seat before I could sit in the car to move it back. So now with the e-Nero, with the 2-stage memory seats, because it's a 4 Plus, it's just great. So Ursula's number 1 and I'm number 2. You open the door, even before you put the ignition on, press 1 or 2, and the seat just moves automatically to the perfect position that you like it. And that's what happens when there's a foot difference between the two of you. So in the future, yeah, heated seats, heated steering wheel, but it's got to have electric memory seats. It's just a must-have for us, particularly if you have one car and you're sharing it a lot. The EMV 200, it's okay because it doesn't have any height adjustment on the driver's seat. It's just forward and back and the backrest, which is okay. But it's when there's multiple adjustments that you tend to have a favourite thing, and if it's manually adjusted, you never get it exactly the same. But with electric memory seats, you know exactly how you like it, you save it, and it's always your settings. So yeah, for us it'd have to be electric memory seats, of which obviously the Tesla Model Y has, along with a lot of other cars. 85%, 145 miles, 129, 30 minutes. Let's go to 90%. The charge earlier, I think it was £13. And this little stint before I swapped to the AC side, I think it was £3. So probably looking at 18 quid to fill it. How much do we get here with? Is it 40 something percent? I can't remember. But again, I don't mind as long as it works. And I'll stop for now an hour. Yeah, true. Commuter branch line. When you jump in a car without them, you do miss them. I do miss it in the Zoe. I wish you had the heat pack. but it was so cheap, it was too good to miss without the heat pack, even without the heat pack. Like I said, I bought this 12 months ago, and it's still worth the same as it was 12 months ago, even with 115,000 miles on the clock. Right, when do you guys think I should pull away? I've got to drive 129 miles, let's call it 130, and I've got 146, so I have got 16 miles in hand. Shall I go now? Leave something in the comments. Go now or stay till 90%. I bet you'll all say go now. Yes, risk it. 90%. It's 50-50. So you used to have this when I went up to when I was delivering old EVs back in the day, Nissan Leaf and Mitsubishi IMEV, Citroen C0 or Peugeot Ion. I get to Helmsdale, cutting it close if there's traffic. I get to Helmsdale and I was cutting it fine to get to the ferry on time, but I had to decide how long to stay on the rapid charger, because if I drove fast I'd chomp through more energy, but if I drove slower I'd use less energy, but I might miss the boat. There was always this juggling act, which I really enjoyed. Do I stay on longer and drive faster to get there on time, or do I come off sooner and drive slower and get there with enough miles? Rattle, freelancer Rattle, good to see you. Rattle looks after my YouTube listings, and he's an absolute whiz at the algorithms and tags and internet search engine optimization, SEO rankings. He's really good. He looks after my videos, and I've definitely seen an increase in views since Rattle has been helping me with that, obviously paid as well. Really appreciated, best wishes. So thank you, Rattle. Rattle is based in Bangladesh and does an amazing job for me in my YouTube channel. A shared car without memory seats is divorced on wheels. Give yourself 90%, it's cold and windy. Correct. Without memory seats is definitely asking for trouble. Depends on the charge speed. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Charged 9%, 30 kilowatt hour leaf. Go now. Have faith, JP. Come on, Paul. Right, that's it. You swung it for me. 150 on the gasometer. 129 to go. Let's turn it off. Let's get going. Right then, folks, let's get going. So, quick range check, so you all believe me. Oh, let's turn the music off. Got the Radio 3 going. So we've got 129 miles to go till we get to Broxton Park and Ride. It's saying traffic delays, I think in 18 minutes or 18 minutes worth of traffic delays. Anyway, 20 to 2. I think the hotel opens at 3. Got lots of time in hand. Showing 152 miles on the gasometer. Now we can reset the gasometer by scrolling round. It was 105 miles was the first stretch. Now if I hold that, I believe it will reset and also reset the gasometer. See the gasometer going up. So it doesn't mean I'm gaining at it. The car is just recalibrating with its current state of charge what it thinks it will get. Doesn't mean you get more miles. It's just the computer reassessing what it thinks it will get on 89%. So it will settle down again when it gets an average miles per kilowatt hour that I'm actually driving at. So yeah, you can actually reset the gasometer. Might make you feel better. 129 miles to go, 172. Sadly, I missed the jeopardy of would have to head out for a short. Eek, that's close. No, it's not. Anyway, let's plug this back in so we don't lose charge. And let's get going down south. Well, down south to Perth. I don't want the phone to do that. Okay, right. Mr. Economy should definitely go now. That's close. No, it's not. Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? But good place to stop here, folks. Ski services. Chargers are not very highly powered, but the food is very nice. Much better than it used to be. And very reasonably priced as well. Chance to go to the toilet and stretch your legs. Right, let's get going.
Turn right, then take the second right turn.
Yeah, they sell LPG here as well.
Please turn second right, then take the next right turn.
Go forth, Captain Lightfoot. I will.
Turn right.
Let's just see what this heated seat's like. It just about fits in the cigarette lighter. Not that I'm cold, but just want to make sure it works. With a hairy pull out as well. So if you do come out of here, just be aware that the car's doing 60, 70 miles an hour down this bit of the A9. I've seen so many accidents here, and well, not seen, but there has been accidents here of people just not gauging the speed of oncoming traffic, because they do roll along down this road.
Follow the route for 4 miles.
Oh yeah, oh my seat's really heating up now. Yeah, that works. Love that. So just for the record, 172 on the gasometer at 89%, 128 to go. Come on, 128, 38, 48, 58, 68. That's 44 miles in hand. I think I'm going to get there with 30 miles left. How many miles will I have left when I get to Broxton, Park and Ride? Top. Yeah, true. So when you go up a steep hill, the gasometer will drop, and then when you get down a steep hill, the gasometer will increase. Hence the reason why it's called a GOM, or a gas-o-meter. Some vehicles are more accurate than others. I find the Koreans, the Hyundai and the Kona, the Hyundai Icona, the Hyundai Kona and the Kia e-Niro have really accurate gasometers. The Renaults and the Nissans, or the early ones, less so. The Nissan Leaf is particularly optimistic or pessimistic, not very accurate. A better route planner says to get there with 2%. I hope not. Well, I hope he does. No, I don't think he will. I'll be on the safe side at 90. What, 90 miles? Or 90%? I'm at 88%. I think I'm going to get there with 30 miles left. 126 to go, 170 on the gasometer. No rain. Wind is... it's not that windy. In fact, I can't see any wind at all. To my left is the storehouse, which is a lovely place to eat. It has Tesla destination chargers, one of which has got a white sign, so any EV can use it, type 2. But it only pumps out 3 kilowatts, and that would be the restaurant place actually making sure it doesn't pump out more than 3. Whether it's to save their grid connection or whether it's just so they don't spend too much money on electricity, I don't know. But if I don't need to charge, if I'm in the Nero, I'll stop there and top up for half an hour and add like 5 miles at 3 kilowatts. But I stopped at Skiick because A, I haven't got Mrs. P with me, and B, I do need to charge up as quickly as possible to be on my way today. But the storehouse is a good place to stop.
After 400 yards, leave the roundabout at the first exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
So in front is Dingwall. And we're going across the, I think this is the Cromarty Bridge. Again, use B for extra engine braking. Don't touch the brakes when you're going to slow down for an island. Harvest that energy.
Please turn left.
It all helps. And then put it
Follow the road for 6 miles.
Put it back into D mode, and just so that when you lift off, you can't really adjust the regen on the Zoe like you can on the e-Niro. But what you want to do in any EV is let it run as gently as possible without any regen, unless you're approaching an island or a junction. But the rest of the time you want minimal regen, because that is more efficient for the car. If you're regenning the whole time you lift off your foot to alter speed and then accelerating again, that is wasting energy. You put a bit back in the battery and then you're pulling it out to power the motor again. You'll lose some in that transference between the battery and the motor. So it's best just to be steady away, steady, gentle throttle inputs, and just keep it set. You can use cruise control, but I find cruise control in most cars, the slightest incline, it will give you a shed load of power to the motor to maintain your speed, which again is wasteful. So unless I'm on the flat, if there's lots of hills, I'll just use my foot rather than cruise control. The one thing this Zoe is lacking is adaptive cruise. This has just got normal cruise, so shock horror, I've actually got to knock the cruise control limit down when I'm approaching the car in front. Didn't think I'd miss adaptive cruise control, but I do in this Zoe. Regen on the brake pedal. Yes, it will regen if you touch the brake pedal. go through the Cairngorms. 60 miles remaining. Oh, okay. Thanks for your confidence. I'm going to go for 30. You say it'll be 16 now. Yeah, so it's a blend, Gary Smith, with the Zoe. So we've touched the brakes. There will be some regen, but you'll also be using the friction brakes to slow the car down as well. So I tend to try not to use it. 23 miles from my friend Clary. 23 miles, we'll see. I'll have to watch this back and see who said what. I think I said 30. I'm going to stick to 30. I ought to do a fudge offer, hadn't I? Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. So when I leave Perth tomorrow, I'm driving down to Leicestershire. Initially to my daughter's house. She lives the north side of Leicester. And I'll have the exact miles I've got to do tomorrow. And I've got a rough idea of where I'm going to stop. I don't exactly know. I'm not really going to plan it. 34. Okay. It's going to be around 30 something. I'm sure of it. $121 to go, 164. But I'm going up a hill. The car is recalibrating. I've been averaging 3.8 miles per kilowatt hour. Well, have I mentioned this has done 115,000 miles, this Zoe? I think I might have done. I'm going to get to my travel lodge at around 2 o'clock. It's saying 20 to 2, but with traffic and stuff, I'm going to say around 2 o'clock. I think I can get in my room at 3, so I'll have something to eat and then try and do some footage and some editing for tonight's, well, a video. I've got a video coming out tonight at 6 PM as normal on a Monday. The storehouse charge stops after 1 hour too. It hasn't with me. I didn't know that. It's an extra 12 miles. Okay, yeah. Hello, the Netherlands. Thanks for watching from the Netherlands. Canada. Wow. Thank you, Maurice Taylor, for watching. We're in the Scottish Highlands. Not too different to Canada, I don't think. The Rockies, same fir trees, but thanks for watching from Canada. That's made my day, and the Netherlands are too, of course. Yeah, the food and the view, because we have Monty with us. We sit outside in the outside tent at the storehouse, and if it's a warm day, it's a gorgeous view. The A96 is closed after 9. I always have to say nan in a Northern Ireland accent. I try. Thank you, watch you often. Thank you very much. I'm always amazed that people from outside the UK watch my drivel. It's not beyond type geeky stuff, but it's me, and it makes the journey go a lot quicker when I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, and maybe if you're right coming to an island, see all these brake lights coming on, I'm just going to slip into B. I've not touched my brake pedal yet, I'm pulling 27 kilowatts. Not touch the brake pedal. I'm just going to squeeze the throttle a little bit. I still haven't touched the brake. It does have auto lane assist.
After 300 yards, leave the roundabout at the second exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Inverness.
It will nudge me back into the lane, and it's quite good if I'm on cruise control. I haven't touched the brake yet, and this is down a bit of a hill. It does have auto lane assist when I've got the cruise control on, but it will also detect the middle of the road and send a vibration through the steering wheel. It's also got that auto hold feature, which I quite like. So down here, the handbrake, electronic handbrake, there's another button with an A in it and a light on. So every time you come to a stop and you press the brake pedal a bit harder, you can take your foot off the brake and you won't creep forward. It's like an auto hold, and that's really useful. If you're in
Leave the
traffic,
roundabout at the second exit.
it's nice to turn it off so you can creep by just using the brake. You can release and just creep forward and then put your foot back on the brake again. But for traffic or holding it on a hill, it's really good. I really like it.
Follow the road for 5 miles.
So this is like the main first bit of dual carriageway down into Inverness, which is quite a drop down. Quite high up still here. Cornwall. Hello, Viv. Safe travels from Cornwall. Thank you, Cornwall. Thank you, Viv. I drive a Chevy Bolt EV. I like some of the MGs which you don't have. Yeah, that's in Canada, isn't it? Yeah, you don't have the you don't have MGs over there yet. We never got the Chevrolet Bolt either. We had the Chevrolet Volt, which was also sold as a Vauxhall Ampera over here, which was like an EV with a 1.2 petrol engine range extender. A bit like the i3, it just sat at 2000 revs to charge the battery to then feed the motor. The Vauxhall here didn't really promote it. I don't think it was on sale for about 2 or 3 years and they dropped it. Way ahead of its time, to be honest, I think. The Vauxhall Ampera and the Chevrolet Volt. And the Chevrolet had the Bolt. A Bolt and a Volt. But the Chevrolet Bolt was never sold in the UK. Never did right-hand drive. That's probably why. The colours of these trees, I think I've mentioned it before already. Prius Prime is the plug-in hybrid here. Yeah, we've got the plug-in Prius here. I think they've only extended the range on the plug-in Prius to like dizzy heights of 30 miles or something. But when I've had a plug-in Prius in the past, when I was selling them, I do remember the fact you can have a full battery, and as soon as you put the demist on or you wanted heat, the petrol engine would fire up, which I thought was always a bit crazy. I want some heat in my plug-in hybrid, so I've got to turn the petrol engine on. I've got to sit there revving away to give you heat in the cabin. That's a very expensive way of getting heat. I sold lots of Prius, normal Prius, back in the day. They really were the hybrid car to have in the mid to late 2000s. The the Mark II shape Prius, sold lots, loved by taxi drivers because they are virtually bomb-proof. Yeah, really good car. But just been, Toyota really dropped the ball with their EVs. They didn't really go into the EV space. They've just stuck with hybrids. But you've got the Toyota BZ4 XYZ or whatever it's called. So they're dipping their toe in, fully embracing EVs like the Korean. I think the motor industry over the next 5 years, leading up to 2030, is in for a major upheaval. I think we're going to see several manufacturers disappearing. We have a Zoe N95. The Zoe gets less, yeah, okay, less than 4 miles per kilowatt hour. Find the lane assist. Oh, okay, yeah. So sometimes on Orkney, because we've got very narrow roads with white lines, line markings, it can start beeping at you. Well, it does when my wife drives the Nero, but it's just the way my wife drives. Okay, Chevrolet Bolt has got a wicked heater. -10 the other day, so you do get very cold temperatures in Canada, don't you? So Inverness, this is the River Ness, as in Inver, as in inlet, that then runs into, I believe, Loch Ness, the Inverness, and this is the bridge over Ness. So to my right is Inverness, the city. There's always queuing traffic down to this traffic island. Nice to harvest some energy to this hill. Pulling 22 kilowatts.
After 400 yards, leave the roundabout at the second exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Aberdeen.
27 kilowatts. Not touch the brake. Love a bit of regen. Not such a fan of the artificial hum from Renault. I can turn it off. There you go. Turned off that annoying hum. And just squeeze the brake to come to a stop. Cooper wants to pull in. I'm going to be a gentleman and let him pull out. Give him a flash. Come on. Are you coming? Yes? No? I ain't got it. See, everyone's really friendly in Scotland. They'll always give you a wave if you let them out. Although you should have got an electric Cupra. I suppose Viv, I think it's Viv that was watching from Canada. No, Viv was in Cornwall, wasn't she? Who was watching from Canada? Well, she's still watching. Maurice Taylor. Does it seem weird that we're all driving on the what you think is the wrong side of the road and we think is the right side of the road? Anyway, what was she saying? You driving in D or B? A mixture of the two. I'm in D now. If I'm coming down a hill,
leave the roundabout at the second exit.
Don't want to touch the brake. I'll slip it into B mode, extra engine braking. You stay there, Mr. Mercedes. So I don't touch the brake. But driving on the flat
follow the road for 109 miles.
More efficient to drive in D, or the minimum amount of regen you can do. A lot of people say, oh, drive in B the whole time. That is not as efficient. When me and Chris Ramsey drove from John O'Groats to Land's End and then back to John O'Groats 10 years ago next year in a Nissan Leaf, we tried every permutation of which was the most efficient. Driving in B, driving in D, and quickly we realised that on the flat was more efficient. Roundabout, great level of the reason it made. Lost you again. Reason it makes. Yeah. 111 miles to go. 158 on the gasometer. So at the minute I've got 47 in hand. But we've got to go through the cane balls yet. Culloden is over to the left as well. Very famous battle happened at Culloden between some English bod and some Scottish bod. History's not one of my strong points. There's a nice centre there to explaining what happened at Culloden. Was it James? James the First? And who did Mel Gibson play in that film? Scotland the Brave. Braveheart. Who was he playing? I can't remember. Was that Battle of Culloden? King Usi, yeah, it's a good place to charge stop. It's Pitlochry charge point, walk up the hill. We've had experiences at Pitlochry. I have started using the adventure place about a mile down the road past Pitlochry, whose name has just gone out of my head. Oh, what's that adventure place called? There's Pitlochry and then there's No Limits, that's it. No Limits is south of Pitlochry and it's got an Osprey rapid. Culloden was much later, okay. Sorry, another declare, don't tell Ursula. Yeah, No Limits has a Osprey, which is another provider of rapid chargers. And they've got a nice cafe there. And even out of hours, the gates are open so you can use it. And I prefer using that because it's just off the A9 and you know it's going to work. With Charge Place Scotland, you don't know whether it's going to work. Bain Luke? Don't know. I'm going to aim for Perth. That's where I'm going. Just to show you how far you can go in a £5,000 electric vehicle. Alright, Bailin Lewig. Is that right? I am half Scottish, by the way. My middle name's Bain, so I do have Scottish blood running through my veins, but I'm terrible when it comes to pronouncing places. Bar as in sheep. Barlin Luig. How was that? Barlin Luig. Barlin Luig, Jimmy. Barlin Luig. Hey, are you going to Barlin Luig? I don't know. Excellent. Oh, very good. Thank you, Robert. Barlin Luig. Thank you, Laurie. Right, regen. 60 miles an hour, 10 kilowatts. In D for drive, off the throttle. Wait till my speed drops a little bit. I'm adding range to the battery. Losing ground to the van, squeeze the throttle slightly. This is the key, folks, to driving economically. And it's just a nice way to drive. I'm doing the speed limit. Fort Augustus is to the right. Sounds very Roman, doesn't it? Fort Augustus. I like the shows you did with James and James and Kate. Those were fun to watch. Oh, the good old days. Yeah, you're right, Maurice. Yeah, me and James had some excellent drives, and he always beat me, didn't he? When we used to drive Nissan Leaf from Hinkley in Leicestershire up to Aberdeen Docks. He'd always beat me. I stuck to the motorway and he used to peel off and charge at BP Pulse. Yeah, that's right, Maurice. Leaf. Yeah, those were the days. Used to set off at like 10 o'clock at night, drive through till 6, 7 in the morning. Crazy. And we would not put the heater on, and it'd be wrapped in hats and scarves in these 22 kilowatt hour Leaf. We had such a giggle. Yeah. It's boring now. It's too easy. They were good times. Still keep in touch with James. Kate, obviously, is now really busy with Cleveley Mobile EV. I think he's got 7 or 8 mechanics working for him, and Kate. And he drives all over the UK, and he's got 8 MG5 seats, 60 miles. Yeah, good times with James. He's a good friend. Fiat 500e. You get 2 battery sizes in that now, can't you? I think the one of the big batteries is 42 kilowatt hour. So that's good for 200 mile range. So what I am thinking of doing, and I've been in touch with Chris Ramsey, Chris of Pole to Pole, and we're thinking of doing the Land's End to John O'Groats run again to celebrate 10 years since we last did it. It was 10 years since we did it with Leaf. We want to see how much better the charging network is and how much better the cars are in 10 years. So we're trying to arrange something for that. My Nero has the Wheel of Fortune. Sad face, Robert. I don't understand, Robert. Does that keep letting you down? Reduction gear issue, I think. Oh, okay. Well, it'll be covered under warranty. Oh, okay, thanks, Roger. 28 kilowatt hour Ionic. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So the Ionic is a much better car than the 30 kilowatt Leaf. You don't get any rapid charging in the Ionic, and it's the wind knife. We have one in. Oh dear, I do miss the comments that stay up. $45,000. What? A Fiat 500e. That sounds like a lot of money. $45,000. That's like, what's that in English? It's like £30,000. Good grief. Fiat. Well, they're selling for under £20,000 at auction here. Fiat 500. I think you can get a new one for less than 20. Yeah. The best first EV I could have hoped for. Yeah, the wind knife. That's what it is. In fact, when me and James did a drive that winter, when I had my new 40 kilowatt Leaf, there was me, James in a 30 kilowatt Leaf, and another James who was driving a wind knife. So I had 40 kilowatt hours of battery, James had 30, the wind knife had 28. The wind knife beat us both. Such was its charging speed and its efficiency. It beat my 40 kilowatt hour Leaf, which is when the first time I experienced rapid gate. That turned into be a bit of a thing. After the third rapid charge, it just slowed up. It was abysmal. First one was doing 9,000. The 12 ones. It doesn't really matter on that. I'll tell you a story. Reflex had or still have got a demo Kia e-Niro, never been serviced, 2 years old, went straight back to Kia, had a new reduction gearbox fitted, no questions asked, never looked to see the service book. It's a non-serviceable item. I think they say change the gear oil at 40,000 miles, so you know, if it's never had the screen wash filled or a pollen filter, that is not going to affect the gearbox. Sorry, the dealer is wrong. Kia will pay out, no problem, and get it fixed. Oh, thanks, Michael. The wind knife for a ZE50. I'd have a wind knife. Get the 28 kilowatt hour premium SE for the cooled seats and all the little bits and bobs. Wind knife is an amazing car. 39 kilowatt hour is good as well. That's the Ioniq, not the Ioniq 5, the Ioniq. 38 kilowatt hour. I'm back. Yeah, 50 kilowatt hour maximum charging speed, I know, but like I've just experienced, this maxes out at 50 kilowatts. You just take that into account, to be honest. If I've driven for 2 hours, I don't mind putting my feet up for 45 minutes or an hour to get back up to 80-90%. I waited an hour today because the charger was only pumping out 23 kilowatts. Or was it 30? It was 30, wasn't it? So get a charger that pumps out 50. It's not a biggie, to be honest. Right, we're back. Oh, you're all chatting amongst yourselves. That's brilliant. Just keep chatting amongst yourselves. Charger speed, Corolla hybrid. BZ Funcan, it's not very popular. Okay. What's the difference between VW ID3 and servicing at Cleveland? I don't know, it's best just to ring Cleveland, see what the cost of their service is. Because the other benefit of the service at Cleveland is that you do it outside your house or your office or your work. You don't have to go anywhere and drop it off and the hassle of a courtesy car or catch the bus or get get someone to pick you up. It's just convenient. And they'll also do a better job than the main dealer. Like take the wheels off, check the free running of the brakes. A lot of servicing from main dealers and manufacturers like this, and they don't even, first service, they don't even say take the wheels off, which is ridiculous. The summit, 405 metres above sea level. So we've gone up a steep bit of the Cairngorms from sea level in Inverness. Now we're at the top. And it levels out for quite a long way, and then we'll start dropping down again to Perth. So we're at the highest point. Alright, no, great, you ask away to Michael. Michael will answer you. So at the highest point, 120 miles left on the range, 94 to go. So I'm still bang on with my guesstimate of 30 miles range. Well, we're 27, aren't we? But like I say, we're at the top of this bit of the Cairngorms at the minute, so we'll stop dropping down again. So that 27 mile buffer will either increase or decrease. It will increase as we go down a hill. What a gorgeous day, folks. Hope the weather is good wherever you are and you're having a good Monday. And thank you for joining me on my little PD road trip. It's just stunning, isn't it? So earlier on I mentioned snow poles, and there they are again here through the Cairngorms. So those poles with red tape around the top, that's for when the snow ploughs can see where the road is, or the edge of the road, when they've had a huge dump of snow really quickly. Obviously the poles will stick above the snow. Just some idea of how fast it can fall here in the Scottish Highlands. But that's what the snow poles are. point overtaking this lorry because there's 3 more vehicles in front. You're stuck behind a coach. It's the thing with the A9, people get really impatient, and all they'll do is sit behind the next lorry or bus in front, or caravan. So your best mindset is just to settle down to sitting at 60, which is the limit for cars, and just chill out. There's so many accidents. On average, I'd say there's about 1 serious accident a week on this stretch of road here in Scotland. And I think 9 times out of 10 it's people being impatient. It's one of the reasons they fitted average speed cameras as well down past the A9. Oh, there you go. Speaking of which, there they are there. So make sure everyone's average is not over 60 miles an hour. We've got 86 miles to go and 121 on the gasometer. So that's basically, what's that? 30, come on, 86 of 121. Or 86 up to 121, what's that? 86, 96, 106, 116, 34 miles. 34 miles. And I reckon 30 miles. I can't 30 miles left. Oh. As you can tell from my yawn, I should be ready to stop in 85 miles time. Car's saying I'll get there at 20 to 2. Now 10 past 12. 108 miles to go. No, 85 miles to go. Still getting used to this sound. No, 108, 85 to my destination. Why is it saying 108? Not with the length of this bit of road. I don't know. It's also telling me where the speed cameras are. Aviemore. Got some Tesla superchargers at Aviemore. Those brake pads and discs as a result of rust, or yeah, I've known of Leaf going for far longer on the wear side, but just due to lack of rust, a lack of use, that they've had to be replaced. Set of tyres. Yeah, again, you've got all that torque in an EV, so if you enjoy that torque, it will get through tyres sooner rather than later. Carriageway 2 miles ahead, so I will safely overtake this lorry just because I'm fed up of staring at the back of it. Such beautiful countryside, I don't want to stare at the back of a truck. really appreciate 25 of you still watching this. I suppose if you want to see a bit of the cane gulls of Scotland, that's the way to do it. Not a bad day today. Appreciate you watching. The question is, how many miles will I be left with when I get to Perth? So this Jaguar overtake me that's behind me, and then we will gently overtake this lorry. Are you coming, Mr. Jag? Mr. Jag! Petrol station in Perth, I think. Some street wash. Modern cars shouldn't be letting water in, shouldn't they? All the modern construction methods. So thanks for watching, folks. I'm going to keep it running. If you've got time, give it a like, because that does help my YouTube algorithm. And it's my only source of income now is YouTube, which is a bit of pen money, to be honest, just a bit of pocket money. But the more people that like it, the more it gets presented to other folk, the more want to watch it, and then I get a little bit more income. I'm not talking thousands and thousands of pounds, just a modest amount every month. So if you've got time, give it a thumbs up, that'd be appreciated. And feel free to ask questions in the chat. There's quite a few EV folk in there that will answer your questions if I don't see the question in the chat. Yeah, thanks again. Oh, somebody's already liked it a few times. Thank you, appreciate that. 105 miles at 57%, 105 miles range, 75 to go. That in my book is 30 miles buffer. I think I said 30 miles range at the beginning, didn't I? I'm going to be so smug if it's 30 miles when we get to Buxton. I'm going to be insufferable. So I'll apologise now, but I'm sticking to my 30 miles. It's a police van. It's one of those Mercedes jacked up 4x4 things for driving over a field, I think. We often see electricity people up here, SSE network, with these vehicles, big Mercedes 4x4 off-road things jacked up so they can drive over fields to look at pylons, and it looks like the police have got something similar. It's definitely got higher ground clearance than a normal Mercedes-Benz van. Mercedes, you've got one right come flying up the backside now. But he won't be so quick to do that when he sees it's a police van in front of me. We're doing 51 miles an hour. That van technically shouldn't be doing more than 50 along here. 60 for cars, but it's 50 for commercial vehicles or vans. Probably why he's doing 51, which is fine. King Hussein Newton Moore, Speen Bridge, Fort William. That's to the left. Right, 100 miles range left at 55%. 100 left, 71 to go. What's that? 29. 29 miles left when I get there. Some roadworks, bit of regen. Not touch the brakes. Let the car naturally slow. A bit of B now. Extra engine braking, take it out of B, back into drive. Let it roll on a little bit. I haven't touched the brakes, folks. Harvested that energy. Now saying 101 miles range. I've gone up 1 mile just from using regen braking. Now 30 miles buffer. 71 to go, 101 on the gasometer. To this bridge. Men staring at a hole in the bridge. It's like they're catching it all. $100 miles to go. It's got went down again. 70 miles left to go. I'm back to 30 miles in hand. Range Rover behind me is itching to get past. Is he going to overtake me and pull him behind the police van, or is he going to take the police van as well? Answers on a postcard, please. Why do old men in Range Rovers look particularly large? Is it a stipulation to drive a Range Rover? The lady in the front looks thin and winnowy with sunglasses on. Maybe it's father and daughter. Right, dual carriageway coming up. Watching flying past. You can do 70 past the police, but there it goes. Particularly cold for this time of year, still 9 degrees outside. Really unseasonably warm, isn't it, for November? Raila Cafe, I've stopped there a few times. Nice toilets. It's like a round house. It's a round building, a nice cafe upstairs. No charges, but nice place to stop if you're desperate. Why is it when you get to a certain age that the only things you remember is where you can stop to go to the toilet? 1960s, isn't it? Talk about toilet stops. It's a bit sad. Never used to talk about toilet stops when I was younger. 20s and my 30s. What did I talk about then on long trips? I don't know. Now all I seem to talk about is toilets. Cafes. Oh, I'm back. Am I back? Oh, the Small Rouge one. Thank you very much. He's given me £5. I'm gobsmacked. You're the first one, Small Rouge one. Well, I really appreciate that. £5. Thank you. I just noticed that on the stream actually. There's a little PayPal thing where you can donate some money. Wow. Small Rouge one. I'm gobsmacked. Thank you so much. I could do that a bit better, haven't I? Thank you for a coffee. I will have a coffee when I stop. Really appreciate that, Small Rouge one. Small Rouge one, whose name I've forgotten. Let's celebrate that first super on a live stream. What does that mean? See, I've never done this thing before. Do I tap the heart? Can't remember. You've never actually. You're welcome. Thank you. Brilliant. I really appreciate that. That's made my day. I noticed that on the stream there was like a little pound symbol thing appeared where people could donate something. I thought, it's unusual. Thank you. That's made my day, that has. Really appreciate that. Right, 91 miles left, 50% battery. What's 2 nines? 18. 180 mile possible range. I'm at 50%. I've got 91 miles. I've got 64 to go. 64, 74, 84, 94. So I'm 26 in hand. Drop back a bit. High pace. Electric Mike, thank you so much. You've donated £5 as well. Thank you. I'm sorry. That's brilliant. Let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. What's that do? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm rubbish at this. Well, thank you guys. Listen, I lost the live stream. I've just joined back in. I think it's still there. So I've just pulled over safely to start it again. Let's get going. I can't believe I've had 2 people give me £5 for this drivel. Really appreciate it. I'll have 2 nice coffees now. Right, off we go. Yeah, dropped out on the old signal, but I'm back in. 16 of you watching, so maybe you're hanging on. That's brilliant. I'm genuinely gobsmacked that you've donated £5 each. Thank you both. I'm glad you're enjoying the scenery. So quick recap, 86 miles range left, 61 miles to go. 61, 71, 81. That's I've got 24 miles buffer. My 30 miles is ebbing away. Stunning scenery to the right. It's this sense of space you get in Scotland that just still blows me away. It really does. Let's push you along there a bit so you can see my camera holder. Okay. It's just the sense of space. It's just, and the size of sky. Just love it. And before we moved to Orkney, I'd never really explored Scotland. Yeah. Okay, Rob, this is where the signal will drop out and a bit until Brewer. I drive that road a lot. Yeah, around Brewer it drops out for me as well. So nice heads up from Robert there. I might drop out again. But YouTube in its wisdom has basically said, do you want to carry on where you left off? So I just pressed yes, and it saved all my settings, which is good. Like, you've got to tell it you want to do it in landscape and portrait and black malarkey. But save the chat and the generosity of 2 people to forgive me £5 for a coffee for this drivel. So thank you guys. Yeah, really appreciate that. I'm going to shut up about it now. Where are we? Satnav says I'll get there at 1:45. It's now 1:45. Got an hour to go then. An hour to go. 59 miles. 82 on the GOM. Going to stick with my 30. Should have done a fudge challenge, shouldn't I? There's a lot of sheep in that field. It's me. Good luck, no worries. Love watching the A9. Thank you, Scottish Dashcam. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate it. Scottish higher and good luck. Don't think I'll need luck, to be honest, but appreciate the sentiment. I've driven this route now over 60 times from Leicestershire to Orkney or Orkney to Leicester, where I'm from, to either pick cars up or deliver them. Which is why I started my buy to order service, because there was many times I would buy an electric vehicle, usually a Nissan Leaf, out of Bristol, fly down, pick it up from Bristol, Mannheim, stay at my parents in Leicester, drive it back to Orkney, up this road, clean it, do a video, photograph it, put it on the website, and I sold it to somebody in Bristol, or Devon, or Cornwall, Taunton. And I thought, there's got to be a better way of doing it than this. So that's when I started my buy to order service, and before I sold the business, that was my main source of income. Just charged just £300 for buying an EV to order, and the customer go and pick it up themselves. And it really seemed to catch on long before the likes of Cinch and Kazoo has disappeared. But Cinch is basically that. They take them straight from leasing companies, stick a small amount on, and just sell them straight away online. And I was doing the same thing basically, but at auction. But hey, those days are gone now. But yeah, so that's why I've done this trip nearly 60 times in the last 10 years. It was to save cost on transport, but my main reason, well, main reason really was just to show that you could do long trips in an EV. 24 kilowatt hour Leaf, even EMV 200 vans, sold many of them. Peugeot partner vans, the Citroen Berlingo vans, electric, and the trusty Citroen C0, Peugeot Ion or Mitsubishi IMEV. I've driven them from Leicestershire to Orkney many times. Admittedly, on the short GVs, I'd often catch the Aberdeen boat from Kirkwall down to Aberdeen. Then Aberdeen to Leicester doing without stopping at the hotel, because it was just that little bit easier in a short range EV. But that's not to say I've not driven from Leicestershire to. I stopped once in John O'Groats in a Citroen C0. Stupid really, I did it without stopping. Didn't have a hotel, and I left at, I think it was 4 in the morning in a Citroen C0 with a 50-mile range, and I drove for 21 hours to get to John O'Groats. That was a little stupid because I was so tired, but I did it. Could have paid for a hotel, should have done, but I was eager just to push it a little bit. Couldn't do it now. 10 years ago I could have done it. Well, I did it, but not now. Hey ho. But now there's more rapids, there's more choice of vehicles, there's bigger ranges. I don't think there's anything now with an 18 kilowatt hour size battery. I think the smallest one is that Mazda MX-30 with 33 kilowatt hours. There's a modern EV, ridiculously small range. I think the Honda E is 30 something as well. I don't think they make the Honda E anymore, do they? Everything else is at least 40 kilowatt hour battery size and above. Now it just shows how much the technology's moved, like this Zoe I'm in, for instance. The original Zoe was 22 kilowatt hour, and then it was a 40, and now it's a 50 kilowatt hour size battery in the same physical space. The car is the same shape, the battery casing is the same shape. It's just that the battery technology and chemistry has more than doubled in capacity and energy density in the space of, well, in the case of the Zoe, in the space of 10 years. The range has doubled, and who knows what the next 10 years will bring. But personally, do I need a 400 mile range EV? 500 miles? No! I can't drive for longer than 5 hours. So all that extra weight is really not needed. That extra capacity is not really needed, not for me anyway. Look at those mountains. It's very humbling. You feel really tiny when you see these mountains. Driven down here in the winter with the snow, it's just spectacular. It really is amazing. I remember coming down here once with my Kia Sorento and a trailer with nothing on the back. It was when we were moving up to Orkney, and I took a Leaf up to Orkney on the trailer. And then after that I realised I didn't need a trailer and a 4x4, so I sold them both. I just used to drive them up. But before I did that, I remember coming down here with the trailer empty after selling the car in Orkney, and this road being just about passable. There was that much snow. and the scenery was just jaw-droppingly beautiful. But the snow was really starting to come down, and I think they shut the snow gates not long after I passed through, like 4 or 5 hours later. Yeah. So when there's snow on the ground up here, it's spectacular. Not that it's not spectacular now. I think we're at the highest point, aren't we? Oh, this is the middle of the Cairngorms anyway. Fancied skiing down that hill on the right. Yeah. I did skiing about 20 years ago. Went to Bulgaria with some mates. Had a cracking time. Yeah. Really, I'll never forget going down the ski slope, or the runs in Bulgaria. Some school kids that must have been about 4 having skiing lessons, all with their high-vis jackets on. There's me gingerly going down, you know, with a V shape on my skis, learning how to ski. These little 5-year-old tots in a big long train of skiers went flying past me. Really humiliating. But great to see kids learning how to ski at a young age. Obviously part of the school curriculum in Bulgaria. It was brilliant. I did get better. Such a great feeling skiing. It's something I wish I'd done when I was younger. Now the knees and the hips wouldn't take it, but such a great feeling. I've still got my ski jacket that I walk the dog in, because it's reflective for walking at night, but got a lot of sentimental value in my dog jacket, because it's what I learnt to ski in. Right, I don't want to get stuck behind this lorry. It's burnt some electrons. Are you bringing back 24? Are you bringing back a Leeds 24 back up? No. Sorry, electric one. What are you proving, JP? That it isn't difficult to do a long journey in ordinary EV? Correct. We had some minor concerns about our 600-mile trip from home to Scrabster, but no longer. Yeah. I was joking, Mike, but I think JP should. I'll buy him another coffee. You trying to get me to get a 24-hour leave? Yeah. No, this road trip is to basically pass this Zoe on to my mum, who's had her Honda Insight hybrid car written up. Someone reversed into it when it was on the street, cracked the front indicator lens, put a tiny scuff in the bumper on an 09 plate, and the insurance company wrote it off. So, yeah, she wasn't planning on changing the car, but this is a really good suitable replacement for her. So that's why I'm driving the Zoe down south. And my mum has said she'll pay for my ticket to fly home. So I'm being eco-friendly driving down, not so eco-friendly driving back, or flying back. Although I am tempted to buy an i3, because there's another itch I quite fancy itching, is getting an i3, because they're really good value at the minute. shouldn't think Mrs. P will be too happy if I come home in another EV. I'm supposed to be cutting down. We've got 3 EVs at the moment. My Kia, my Nero, this Zoe, and my Nissan EMV200. Yeah. I'm buying full nosh at Stonehouse, Storehouse. I mean, if somebody on Orkney wanted a 24 kilowatt hour Leaf, I'd drive one back. I'd go old school. You find me someone on social media, folks, that wants a 24 kilowatt hour Leaf in Thurso or Wick or Caithness or Orkney, and I'll drive one up. What happened to your own 100,000 miles Zoe ZE50? I'm in it. I'm driving it, James. In the 30 kilowatt. We're back. Yeah, I'm in it now. So it's 115,000 miles, James. Was the repair needed? Yes, it's going to be a future video. It was on a loader at some point back in June. A full video will follow. Vodafone still work to do it on the A9, yeah. I am with Vodafone actually. He's biting. 1 o'clock. I've been live streaming for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Nearly 5 hours. I got off the boat at 8 o'clock this morning. .42 miles to go, 69 on the gasometer. That's 27. And earlier, if you want to look back in the stream, I said I'd arrive with 30 miles range. Ish. Doing the speed limit before you all shout at me. I'm doing 60 miles per hour, which is the maximum along this bit of the A9. 26 of you watching, really appreciate it, and 50 likes, wow, thank you very much. Most 30 kilo weeks would say we're down to 10 bars. Yeah, I know. So that's because they've cooked themselves, Mike. Nissan, in their infinite wisdom, decided not to fit any thermal management to the Nissan Leaf, and still don't. Although the ENV200 van and the combi van with seats, windows, had basic aircon fitted to the battery pack to cool it down. Very basic rudimentary, but it worked. Now why didn't they fit that to the Leaf? I don't know. They fitted it to the van because with the van they basically said, well, we expect them to do lots of stop starts and lots of rapid charges, so we need to cool the battery down in a van, not realising that folk would drive Nissan Leaf long distances and want a rapid charge. At 24, I think they actually sold Mr. EV's neighbour, I think his name was Tom, I think he sold it. Electric Mike, you've got an ENV 240, so that has got basic cooling. You've got the aircon pipes running to the pack, and then inside there's what looks like a hamster wheel that is like a fan that blows cool air, or blows air over a condenser to blow cool air into the pack. But they didn't fit that to the Leaf, just to the van. Oh, but it does overheat up to 2 rapids. Oh no, okay. That was interesting. But it's better than nothing. But yeah, rapid gate is still a thing. I think they've, in the Nissan Aria, they've gone for proper thermal management, so it's not an issue. But why they didn't do what everyone else was doing at the time? I mean, Mitsubishi with the IMEV and also the rebadged Peugeot Ion Citroen C0, that had aircon blasting air over the battery pack. That had better thermal management than the Nissan Leaf. So all the manufacturers were doing it 10 years ago, but Nissan just didn't think it was necessary. So now we do have a lot of 30 kilowatt hour Leaf down to 10 bars. Yeah, so as I was saying before I lost connection, usually under the back seat area of the battery pack of a 30 kilowatt Leaf, there is like a high point where they've stacked some extra cells and they cook themselves and basically get too hot and start to expand and then short out, do all the weird stuff. So yeah, the lack of thermal management in the 30 is still woeful. So if I was offered 2 Leaf, a 30 kilowatt hour and a 24, I would go for a 24 kilowatt hour because they don't roast themselves or cook themselves as much as the 30s do. So with some degradation on the 30, you'll actually have less range in a 30 kilowatt hour Leaf than you will in a 24. The 24s will have more range and last longer. So there's progress for you. They changed the chemistry slightly on the 40 kilowatt hour Leaf. It's less susceptible, but still not as good as the Koreans. House of Brewer on the left. Nice place. It's where the Queen used to go for her clothes. Apparently. Still no rapid charges. They could do rapid charges. Or even destination charges. What camera are you using? It's my phone. My normal camera is my vlogging camera. It's my Galaxy something or other. 2 rapids. The colour isn't enough, but it does help. Yeah, you know all about the 40s. Yeah, I do. I had that phone call from Nissan after I did that drive with the 2 Jameses. I moaned about it, and yeah, they did think there was a problem. I was telling them over the phone, said it's because you haven't fitted thermal management. But you know, Time will tell, and time did tell that it is a thing with a leaf. Yeah, 28 kilowatt hour Ionic. A basic fan blowing air over the pack is enough to keep the temperature at a sensible level, and their battery chemistry as well. So again, you know, the Koreans were thinking correctly. It's just Nissan. Roughly 40 minutes to go, folks. 10 to 2, I'll be there. 35 miles to go, 68 on the gasometer at 35%. What's that? 35, 45, 55, 65. I'm back up to 32 mile range buffer. That's because I'm going down the hill. Consumption improves when you're going down the hill. Always if you're following a lorry. 10 degrees outside. Doing a steady 50 miles an hour, which is as fast as you can go down the A9 for a lorry. And I'm stuck behind a lorry, and it's not safe to overtake. And if I was to overtake, there is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vehicles in front, 3 of which are vans, so they're not allowed to go over 50 miles an hour. So I'm just going to sit here quite happy till the next dual carriageway. We stopped Hounslow on the way home. We were massively disappointed. Okay, everything's very expensive in there. The roast dinners were nice. They don't call them toilets, they call them washrooms. It's very posh. Was it washrooms or restrooms? I think it's restrooms. Brewer even. House of Briar. What was disappointing then, Michael? Was it the food or the clothes or the general stuff? Last time I went with my friend Malcolm and we looked at ties. Fancy a new tie. They were like 80 quid. Well, I'm not paying £80 for a tie. I looked at suits and jackets and they were like stratospheric prices. A jacket was like £400. A suit was like £600. Stupid. Give me a Marks and Spencer's washable suit any day. Are there many shops in Orkney? Yes, there are shops in Orkney. What we don't have is a McDonald's or Burger King or Wimpy. We don't have any of the chain stores of fast food. We have a Costa Coffee actually as a subsidiary at the what's the word? Leisure Centre. That's as close as you would get to a chain of eateries is a Costa Coffee. But no, we've got a Tesco's and we've got a co-op, 2 co-ops, no, 1 co-op and 1 Asda, really small. But yeah, we get newspapers and we get milk and we get bread. But we got Boots, I don't miss the massive chain stores. Makes it that more special when we go south. Go to, M&S. I miss a good pub. We miss pubs on Orkney. We do have pubs, but not sort of traditional English pub. But what it lacks in shops and pubs, it more than makes up for in a community spirit, and it more than makes up for with the relative peace and security we have on Orkney. I never lock the front door. After 10 years, you are known by most people if you're honest and upright. Obviously in business, you've got a good reputation. You can walk down the high street and meet at least 2 people who you know if you're walking through the main bit of Kirkwall, which is nice. Nice community spirit. The winters can be hard. Lack of sunlight can get to us to my wife particularly. Which is why end of December we're driving my E-Nero to the south of Spain. That's going to be a road trip with Mrs. P. I'll have to do a bit of live streaming of that. Maybe the start and stop of each bit. Get Mrs. P to do some commentary. Miles to go, 63 left on the gasometer. I'm going to arrive with 33 at the minute. 33 miles in hand is what the car's telling me. I'm at 32%. And I need some screen wash. Out of screen wash. What I'm doing, I'm pressing on to Perth because I'm staying there for the night at Roxton Park and Ride, staying at the Travel Lodge, because I've got about a 400-mile drive on Tuesday, and got a bit of a challenge on. See how many miles I'll get left. I'll have left when I arrive at Perth today in about 30 minutes. Lockery to the left. Right, I've missed some chat. Sounds like fun. We were thinking of going Sheffield to Normandy or Belgium. Oh, okay. As well as going back to Ireland. Nice. Some time might hear Doom Sooth. Thank you, Kevin. It's funny, when I go back to Leicester, which is what I'm doing now, tomorrow, although it's where I was born and brought up, doesn't feel like home anymore. I'm aware of all the roads and the buildings and how to get around Leicester, but it doesn't feel like home. Orkney is home now. I don't want to live anywhere else. I just love the peace and the quiet and the space. The relative lack of crime. It's just a nice place to live. Of course, in Scotland we get free prescriptions. I've got a bus pass that can get me anywhere in Scotland on buses and trains. Health service is brilliant. If I need to get down to Aberdeen for some serious health care, you're flown down. It's part of the National Health Service. If I want to see a doctor, I ring up and he might go, well, do you want to come in this afternoon? Do you want to come in tomorrow? Whereas I know down south you've got to wait considerably longer to see your GP. And everything's very unhurried, which is great in some respects, but if you want a plumber or a builder or a tradesman, that, yeah, I'll get round to it sometime attitude can be a little annoying. Yeah, I'll come round tomorrow. Well, what time? Well, sometime tomorrow. And then at 5 o'clock, oh, sorry, I'll come down on Friday. And then, yeah, something cropped tomorrow, I'll come to you Monday. It's that sort of, yeah. But that's just Orkney way of doing things. You've just got to get used to it. You can't get things done like yesterday, like you can south on Orkney. You've just got to have that mindset of just biding your time. Which again is not a bad thing. I mean, if it's an emergency, someone will come out, don't get me wrong. But if it's, you know, you want a tap changing or you want your bathroom moving around or something, or some serious building work or electrical work, then you've just got to book it and wait for them to get around to coming around. It probably comes from if you want to order anything. It's not like Amazon where it can be there the next day. We do Amazon, but if the next day delivery, you know, it might be 2 or perhaps 3 days later because of where we live, which is fine. Get used to it. Oh, I'm missing some chat. Hang on. I couldn't manage to update the software in my Nero EV3. Ooh, get you. You've got an EV3? Do you mean EV4? Yeah, Android Auto is better with Google Maps. Peter in Somerset, compulsive viewing. Thank you very much, Peter. Something like you did with eco cars. Yeah, you could. Yeah. You've got to have a lot of patience. Got to have very low overheads. That was the key to my success. I owned my house. I bought them to order. I'd always have 3 or 4 on my drive ready to be sold. But the rest of the time it was buy to order. So having low overheads is the key to any business. But for us, I didn't have a mortgage. Kids have left home. It was me, Mrs. P and the dog. Solar panels, you know, electricity bills are low. So I could go for weeks without selling anything or doing anything to order and then have, you know, a glut of orders. So, not a feast or famine, but if you get into the mindset, it's a nice way of doing business without that pressure. And if you wanted to do something like that on Orkney, it takes a while to be accepted and trusted. I'd say it probably took 3-4 years. And then word of mouth that I was somebody you could do business with, suddenly you get a reputation, and that made life and business very easy for all my customers. Oh, the Porsche is with Every is 46p kilowatt with the EV-DC app. I've read about the EV-DC app. Yeah. Is that you, Mike, on X that I commented on a video about the other day? Because you were saying, I wondered if they did a referral code. Is that you, Mike? EVDC app? Because that sounded really interesting. Because I think I commented on your YouTube video. To the left is No Limits, where there's 2 Osprey chargers. Is where I go instead of Pitlochry, because they always work. You see, it's this whole pricing thing again. I don't mind how much it costs, I really don't, as long as it works. Oh, something in Caithness. The downsize, you get that message on eBay. Does it deliver? Yeah, that is frustrating, Gary. Yeah. How did you advertise the service at the start? YouTube, social media. And just word of mouth. Buy to order on my website, ecocars.net. Like any good business, it's word of mouth. You know, you sell a car to somebody, give them good service, you really mean it, and look after them, and they tell their friends, and they buy, and they tell their friends. Before you know it, you're getting multiple referrals. Never used Auto Trader. The only advertising I ever paid for was on the front page of the Orcadian newspaper that came out in Orkney. It still comes out in Orkney every Thursday. And the front page advert was about 2 inches by 1 inch. I think it cost me £30 a week. And I'd put different adverts on. I'd alternate it every week, either a car for sale or my buying service. And that just gets your name recognised. That's the only advertising I did. Didn't do ads on the internet. Didn't do any national press. Did 2 big shows, County Show and the Doonby Show, the like agricultural shows in August every year on Orkney. So I'd always buy a piece of grass to put 8-9 cars on for a whole day on a Thursday and on a Saturday. I always sold at least 1 vehicle or took an order for 1 vehicle, and that would cost me like £100 for each pitch. So £200 over 4 or 5 days, money well spent, getting people to sit in cars. And then come the weekend, you know, someone will say, well, I'm thinking about it, and I'd say, well, take these keys, check your insurance, go and drive it for a weekend and bring it back Monday. And countless times, honestly, people would ring me Sunday night saying, you're not having this car back, we're buying it, where do you want the money sending? So yeah, that's the sort of advertising I used to do for my business. No pressure, just let people have a go. Electric Mike, yeah, that's you. Really like your video, Mike. That was really, really good. I like your enthusiasm. It's good. For sole traders. And hello, Daytona. Thanks. No, just snowballs, yeah. It is. Referrals are the best way. Word of mouth. You can spend all the advertising you like, but it is just that, and people are just going to go, well, yeah, this looks too good to be true. It probably is. There's no substitute for referrals. Word of mouth. Uncle Frank, Aunt Betty, yeah, Jonathan was great. Go and ask him. You can't buy that in any other form of advertising. Because let's face it, we all see adverts, we just switch off, don't we? We just glaze over. Unless you've got millions and millions of pounds to spend, and then Kazoo, or well, not Kazoo, Cinch. Get your branding on football teams, cricket teams, around the edge of a football match. Spend millions on advertising, then people will start to subconsciously think of that brand. But do I want that sort of audience? Do I want that sort of, that amount of customers as a sole trader? No. I don't want to get big. I don't want a big showroom, because then you have the overheads, you've got staff, corporation tax, all the other costs of a big business. You've got more to lose, more stress. No. Keep it simple, keep it small, keep it personal, and enjoy your life. A lot of people think that, you know, the key to success in life, in business, is get bigger and bigger and bigger. No, it's not. There's that Chinese proverb, isn't there? Can't remember it exactly, where the boat and he's pulling out fish, and this other man comes. It's a Chinese proverb, I can't remember it. And it basically says, right, if you get 2 fishing rods, you'll be able to catch twice the amount of fish to sell at the market. And it obviously then snowballs to get another boat, pay somebody to fish, have hundreds and hundreds of fishing rods, have a factory to process the fish, and then you can retire and sit in a boat and fish. So the end result was what he was doing now. And so what was it for? Nothing. Just got all that stress just to get back to where you start. Hello from upstate New York. Wow. Is it New York? Glenn Reynolds. Is it what NY is? New York? I think it is. Hello from New York, if it is New York. Wow, thank you. Well, we're in the Scottish Highlands, coming into a place called Perth. Just driven through the Cairngorms. Got a bit of a challenge. I'm in a 52 kilowatt hour Zoe. I stopped once this morning. You can watch it back in the live stream. After about 2 hours, I stopped to rapid charge for about an hour. It's a very weak rapid charger. Filled up to around 88% to set out for Perth. Perth, Scotland, not Perth, Australia. I've got 25% left with 51 miles on the gasometer. So it's a quarter of a battery at 51 miles range. So in theory, the car's saying I'll have 200 mile range. But it's not, it's about 180. Anyway, 15 miles to go, 51 miles left. What's that? Is that 25? 30, 40? No, 35. 35, 45, 50, yeah. 35 miles. I guessed that I had 30 miles left. Some people guessed no miles. Some people said you won't make it. And this is to set out to prove that a £5,000, English sterling, £5,000, 115,000 mile Renault Zoe that's 4 years old, is still a usable thing. It's suffered about 11% degradation, so the state of health of this is at about 89%. So it has lost some capacity. But this morning I set off with 180 mile range. I don't believe that's Scotland in November, the sky's blue, something doesn't add up. Yeah. Oh, missing some more chat. Our friends and family of ours are now talking about thinking about the next car being EV. Brilliant, Michael. Fantastic, dipping in and out. Are you due to stop again? Gareth, I'm going to stop when I get to Broxton Park and Ride, which is my hotel for the night. So I'm not stopping again today. Tomorrow is a big drive. Instead of it being 222 miles, it's basically 460, I think, from Perth down to Leicestershire. So big drive tomorrow. But I'm going to say 2, possibly 3 stops. probably bladder stops more than car stops. Although I have to say, my bladder's been very well behaved today. I had 2 cappuccinos on the boat this morning. Yeah. Now, for those that might be watching, saying, well, why are you not carrying on a bit further? It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. You could drive for the rest of the day. I got up at 5 a.m. this morning, folks, to catch my boat. Right, so I got up at 5 a.m. It's now 1:30. I'm not overly tired, but I want something to eat, and then I'll hit my 2 o'clock slump, and then I'm ready to check into my room and chill out for the rest of the day. That's my choice, because I'm retired and I don't need to drive at breakneck speed to get south. I could have gone further, but I don't want to. Look at this scenery, folks. Blue skies, lots of trees. I like trees. 53 likes, appreciate that, and 25 of you watching. And a quick mention to the 2 that donated £5 each on this YouTube stream for me to buy a coffee. That'll get me 2 very nice coffees. David Young, yes, I am streaming tomorrow. Yes, I'm doing it tomorrow as well. So I could be down boring English motorways tomorrow. But great to have your company. The reason is I just want to continue to try to dispel the man down the pub who says you can't drive far in an EV. You can't drive a 115,000 mile Zoe because the battery will be done. It's only good for driving down to the shops. That's what I enjoy poo-pooing. I enjoy helping folk to see that long drives in a £5,000 EV is doable. With just one stop. After 2 hours driving this morning, I stopped for some breakfast. I've had the heater on. I've run out of screen wash. I've had the wipers on. I've driven it like a normal car. I'm doing the speed limit, which is 60 miles an hour. I'm actually doing 64. So I'm not driving like a nerd to get the best out of it. I'm just driving normally with the heater on. So there you go. And this will stay on YouTube. 5 hours of boring like a normal car. It's for people that just don't believe. They perhaps think that YouTube videos that I do and others do are just edited. You know, we're just trying to put this ulterior motive to fake it. No. Yes, Gary, I'll be on the destination charges at Broxton. Just plug it in, go to bed, wake up the next morning, unplug it, drive. That's the plan. And there's no overstay fees either at Broxton Park and Ride. There was at one point, not too long ago, there was a 4-hour maximum stay, but they finally realised that was stupid. .4 miles to go, 42 miles on the gasometer. We have blue skies. Nice. over here on the right is a relatively new place to rapid charge. There's a nice eatery there, petrol station, and 2 rapids, and I think 2 fast chargers as well. What's it called? It's like Experience something. Taste Perthshire, that's it. They've got some Charge Place Scotland rapids, which you can access if you're going the other way. So there's another place just out of Perth where you can stop to charge. So once you drop off the car, how are you getting back? Don't tell anyone. If I'm leaving my car there, my mum's paying for my flight home. Not very eco-friendly, I know, but I've got no other way of getting home. Unless I buy a car at Shoreham and don't tell Mrs. P. I could buy a car at Shoreham and drive something back. But I'm trying to cut down the amount of cars I've got. I've had 3 EVs for quite a while. I bought this Zoe to prove a point, and I've had it a year. There's a bit of a story behind it, which will come in another video, but it runs perfectly now. What aircraft? I don't know yet, mate. I've not even looked at booking a flight yet. It's going to be horrendously expensive. Probably an ATR, because it'll be Logan Air. It's usually what fly into Kirkwall. For those that don't know, ATR is a type of plane, like a make of plane with turboprop engines, so propellers at the front, quite noisy. These some EVs for us. 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, okay, you're getting another 3. So I'm guessing that's the facelifted Model 3. The one without the indicator stalks. Probably I love, sorry, an ATR or an ATR 40, yeah, probably. I'm back, I pressed the wrong button. No, 771 plate China Con. Dual motor, hopefully, okay. But the rear wheel drive is supposed to be really rangy now. One's with the LFP battery. Do you really need 4-wheel drive? You know, perhaps still getting a couple of seconds off, but most of the time you're probably doing this sort of driving, just sitting cruising. Anyway, each to their own. That's what I go LFP. Okay. LFP, okay. So do you want to go back to dual motor because of the normal lithium-ion batteries? Right, just let me concentrate. I'm joining traffic now. Let this thingy go. No, I'll just let it go from the flash. 4 miles to go, 40 miles on the gasometer. I'm not going to have 30 miles left. I'm going to have 36 miles left. Who is the range master or the range guesstimator? 19%, 40 miles, 4 miles to go. Sunny eyes. I have to admit, the sat-nav in the Zoe is Google based, and it is brilliant because it's actually picking up this new road. Now in my Kia, the Kia will say, please rejoin the road, because it thinks I'm driving through a field at this point. Admittedly, I've not updated the sat-nav. That's going to be a job I've got to do. Just get a memory stick and download the updated sat-nav and then upload it onto the car. Going to do that in a future video.
After 3/4 of a mile, leave the roundabout at the second exit and continue to follow the A9 towards Stirling.
But as with a lot of EVs, Renault and Polestar, the Google-based sat-nav is brilliant. It's obviously you got traffic congestion, but when the road changes and Google changes it, it's not. It's as good as Google on my phone when I use Android Auto. Yeah. Now we're turning right here, and you're always screaming at me, telling I'm using the wrong lane. But there are 2 lanes to turn right, I think. This is embarrassing. I'm sure the middle lane is right as well. Don't think it is. Uh-oh. Yes, there is. Yeah. There is a middle lane to turn right, and everyone queues in that lane. You don't need to. You can squeeze through here, look. Oh, okay. I'm sure there is. Yeah. There are 2 lanes to go round.
Please turn second left.
I'm doing it. Stop nagging. Okay. Perth, and behind me is Starbucks, where there is some Ionity chargers. Stopped there a few times when I'm not staying in Perth, but I am staying in Perth.
Follow the road for 2 miles.
I will. Look forward to software update video. No joy in doing it in my EV. If you go on the, there are various websites that will tell you how to do it. Yeah, the Megane E-Tech. I drove a Megane for a friend of mine, and I was impressed with that Google base sat-nav. It was very good. And the Polestar sat-nav was excellent when I had that Polestar in Spain. I was very impressed. What a badass. Okay. Don't know what I've done to deserve that. Anyway, 2 miles to go, 38 on the gasometer. Sun in my eyes now. Right, so when I pull up in front of the charger, I will be showing you exactly what I'm left with. And this is a 5.5 hour stream. For those that have nipped in and out, I really appreciate it. As I say, I'll do another stream tomorrow on my trip, further trip down south. But for now, I am ready to stop. I'm hungry. I want to stretch my legs. I've been sat in this car for 5 hours 37 minutes off and on. Okay, well I stopped for an hour, didn't I, for lunch. I left it running.
After 3/4 of a mile, leave the roundabout at the first exit.
Broxton Services. That's the sign on the left. Right then. 3.8 miles per kilowatt hour has been my average. 127 miles since I left Skiic Services, and I've averaged 50.5 miles an hour.
Leave the roundabout at the first exit, then leave the roundabout at the third exit.
Regen, bit of brake. because there's a pickup truck coming around there pretty smartish. There we go. Back to D. And for those that don't know, this is the way to Broxton Park and Ride. There's my travel lodge up to the right, which is literally a stone's throw from Broxton Park and Ride.
Leave the roundabout at the third exit,
Where there
then
are
take the next right turn.
multiple Charge Place Scotland chargers, a mixture of rapids and fast, and also Tesla superchargers. But the benefit of fast chargers or destination chargers is they're slower, but they're designed for you to park up and
Please
catch
turn
the
next
bus.
right, then take the next right turn.
To catch the bus into Perth, or to stay at the hotel just round the corner. It's ideal as a stop off. If you're going to the north of Scotland or you're travelling south like I am, Perth is an ideal stop after driving a long time or after being up since 5 o'clock in the morning. So there's the Tesla superchargers in front, but I'm going to go on one of these, is it 8 fast chargers. I'm going to park underneath this lamppost because it's lit up at night, and in front is basically loads of rapids, say loads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rapids from Charge Place Scotland, and also a lovely canopy up there with solar panels on the top. So let's, oh, it looks very misty. What's going on there with the light? Is it my dirty camera? There we go. Right, put your foot down, let's get it down. Prediction of 34. Oh, you're nearly right, Phil. Let's right, tomorrow I'll let you know. I'll put a notice on. I'm going to say about 8 in the morning. Right, here we go. What miles have I got left? 34. Phil, you missed. Oh, hang on. You said 34, didn't you? It's a pity, Phil, I didn't say I'd give out some Orkney fudge. Well done, Phil. It's just the overexposure through the back window. Thank you, Daytona. So yeah, there we go. I'm here. My hotel is just around the corner that way. It's literally a 5-minute walk. So I'm going to plug in. 34 miles left, 16%. Averaged 3.8 miles per kilowatt hour. It's just, no, I've gone the wrong way. It's just scroll round. 128 miles. That's my average speed. It was 50, but obviously it's going down now as an average because I'm parked. There's my tyre pressures. There we go. I pumped them up to 40 last night with them being hot. It creeped up to 42, which is, in my mind, the ideal pressure for low rolling resistance. Yeah. So, there we go. Not bad. So, I really appreciate you watching. And are you going Cheshire way tomorrow, JP? Don't quite know. Down the M6 to the north of Leicestershire. Let's get rid of the sun. I've never had to change the tyres, to be honest. It's never been a thing on Orkney. We rarely get any snow. Anyway, I'm going to plug in now. It's just, I should have bought my Electroverse card. No, are we still there? Yeah, I should have bought my Electroverse card with me, but I didn't. So I'm going to plug in, get my cable. Neutral. Right, let's turn it off. There we go. Let's get plugged in. go. Checking in progress, awaiting approval. Charge Place Scotland, it's not the fastest. Should click through. Let's just show you. Sometimes it takes a couple of attempts for it to wake up. It's asking for B. We'll just see if we can show you there. Look. Oh, are we in? Yes, it's charging. Not the fastest. It takes a bit longer sometimes. So there we go. 5 hours 20. It will be full. So basically, it's now 5 to 2. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I come back at 7 o'clock tonight, before it gets too dark, I can move this back round to the front of the hotel and be ready for tomorrow morning. But I have left my car here before now, overnight, and it's never been an issue here at Broxton Park and Ride. Anyway, if you want to watch more of this tomorrow, I think I'm going to set off about 8 in the morning to head down to my daughter's in Leicestershire. Thanks for watching. I'll put something on the community post on YouTube tonight about the plans for tomorrow. Appreciate again the two guys whose names I've forgotten. One is the Rouge one, I can't remember the other one, I'm sorry, who bought me a coffee, who paid via YouTube £5 each, and I've got £10 in my account to buy myself a coffee. Really appreciate that. I've never had that happen to me before. Stop waffling, I'm tired. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.